Or, yeah, obviously. Alrighty, it is 8:30. It is July the 20th. And I will bring the council meeting to order. We've got an agenda before us. Are there any additions or deletions to that agenda? Councillor Christie.
I'll move the agenda as presented.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the agenda as presented. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. We pre-circulated the regular council meeting minutes of June the 22nd. Are there any errors or omissions from that? Councillor, excuse me. Councillor King.
I'd make the motion to accept the June 22nd minutes of the regular council meeting as presented.
All right, we have a motion to approve as presented. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Well, our first order of business will be 5.1.1, Bill 48. Welcome, Ms. Hazelton.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve, members of council. I just am coming to you with some information this morning just to keep you in the loop of what's happening with some of the legislation. As you know, there's been quite a few changes that have gone on in the last year and a half or so. So the Alberta government began the red tape reduction initiatives by enacting the Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2019, which was Bill 25, which came into force on December 5th, 2019. Bill 25 amended 11 pieces of legislation to streamline overburdened regulatory processes and to eliminate outdated regulations and rules. The legislature moved to build on the initiatives of Bill 25 by introducing Bill 48, which is intended to streamline regulations and speed up approval and decision timelines by way of amendments to 12 statutes. 2 pieces of legislation related to planning services were included in this effort to reduce red tape. The Municipal Government Act was amended and the Land and Property Rights Tribunal Act was created. On June 2nd, the established Land and Property Rights Tribunal came into effect. It is the amalgamation of the Land Compensation Board, the Municipal Government Board, New Home Buyers Protection Board, and the Surface Rights Board. What this means for us is appeals that were previously heard by the Municipal Government Board will now be heard by the Land and Property Rights Tribunal. They've also expanded the role of Land and Property Rights Tribunal to include subdivision and development appeals where a license, permit, approval, or authorization was granted by a provincial board. So we're talking now about NRCB, ERCB, AER, AEUB, AUC, and now they've also included the Alberta Environment and Parks, any approvals that were issued there. So there's some new pieces in there that previously would have gone to the Subdivision Development Appeal Board. Previously, there were no development appeals that went to the Provincial Appeal Board. The following development decisions will be reviewed by the Land and Property Rights Tribunal. So, and again, they made all these changes and then have amended since then, which we will still talk about. So if you were adjacent to or within a prescribed distance of a highway, body of water, sewage treatment, or waste treatment facility, or a historical site, if you were subject of a license or permit, approval, or other authorization granted by the bodies that we've just talked about, the subject of a license, permit, approval, or other authorization granted by the Minister of Environment and Parks, or if it falls within a green area. But then on April 29th, 2021, a ministerial order was signed by the Honourable Rick McIver, Minister of Municipal Affairs. This ministerial order establishes the Subdivision Development Appeal Board, and it also clarified which appeal will hear subdivision and development permit appeals. So it removes some of the previously held jurisdiction of the Municipal Government Board in that decision. So the Subdivision Development Appeal Board will now be the appeal body for applications where previously it was the Municipal Government Board. So land that is adjacent to or within a prescribed distance of a highway, body of water, sewage treatment or waste treatment, or a historical site, or if it falls within the green area. This ministerial order also clarified that any approvals granted by the Minister of Environment and Parks and include any approvals granted under the acts the minister is responsible for. So that's the Water Act, that's the Environmental Protection Enhancement Act. So there's a lot of acts that fall under his jurisdiction. Why this matters for us is appeals for developments issued in the provincial interest will now be heard by the province. While provincial approvals have been removed from the jurisdiction of the Subdivision Development Appeal Board, the SDAB will now have a wider mandate to hear appeals that were previously heard by the Municipal Government Board. So when we issue a decision, whether by a development officer or through the Municipal Planning Commission, we are obligated to include the contact information for the appropriate appeal body. So the Planning Department will ensure that the approvals comply with the new requirements. Another notable change to the Municipal Government Act under Bill 48 is prior to recent amendments, the legislation allowed a land use bylaw to prohibit or regulate and control the use and development of land and buildings in a municipality. The Municipal Government Act did not specifically prohibit a land use bylaw from regulating residential users of a parcel of land or building. The amended Municipal Government Act clarifies that land use bylaws cannot regulate residential users of land or buildings and cannot treat residential users differently based on their relationship to one another, including unrelated seniors. So there have been some court cases that have come out, one more in Edmonton, relating to, there was some enforcement action taken against a property that was a rental property that was filled with students, and neighbors were not happy. And anyway, they lost that battle. They said it doesn't matter if they're related or not. If they can live in the house, they can live in the house. So they've included seniors in this specifically, so likely there's more cases that were heard. So the Minister of Municipal Affairs may, by order, direct a municipality to amend its land use bylaw if it regulates senior citizens' living arrangements based on whether they are related or unrelated to each other. So just a few things. The changes have happened rapidly, and then they've amended certain things, so we are trying to stay on top of that. But just so you guys are aware with the appeal side, what we as a municipality will oversee through that subdivision development appeal versus now what goes to the Land and Property Right Tribunal. So basically, we're just presenting this for your information today.
Thanks, Barb. Are there any questions from council to Ms. Hazelton? Doesn't look like you're going to get any questions. So is the red tape reduction working? Or is this causing more red tape?
Well, we have to stay apprised for sure, because changes have been to lots of legislation, and some of it we don't deal with on a regular basis. So we do have to be cognizant of the fact that they have made some of these changes, but these are the most particular ones for planning.
Okay. What's council's wishes? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to move that we accept this report to Bill 48 for information.
All righty. We have a motion to accept the report to changes as information. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thanks, Barb. Our next agenda item, 5.2.1, Three Hills East Water Delivery Options. Welcome, Mr. McKiernan. And anytime you're ready.
All right, good morning, Reeve, members of council. So this morning I am here just to present an RFD in regards to the Three Hills Water East delivery options. At the April 27th, 2021 council meeting, council directed administration to explore other water delivery options for the Three Hills East residents, and that was through motion 184/21. The following options are being presented to council for discussion. It is important to note that these options are available, but more discussions will be required for some options in order to define the service levels council will want to pursue. So getting into some of these options, they're not listed in any particular order, just down, so just so you know that. So the first option is to engineer, construct, operate a wastewater system that encompasses the previously defined Three Hills Water East area. This option is previously being presented to council and would involve sourcing water from either the town of Three Hills or the Aqua 7 Water Commission. In a previous presentation to council, the system would include a reservoir, pump house, direct feed line, and approximately 92 kilometers of water line, and also some engineering to do that as well. The cost of this project was estimated between $9,654,000, $11 to $11,206,000 and some change, with the difference dependent on which source of water the system would be tied to, and the required length of the direct feed line. Some positives of this particular option would be the infrastructure to be constructed to service the residents now, with the possibility of servicing future growth along the water line. Some concerns, the infrastructure would be placed and may or may not be used now or in the future. It is unlikely that ongoing revenues would cover ongoing expenses. Council would also need to give a consideration to the recuperation of initial construction costs over time. A second option would be engineer, construct, and operate a water system that services only the positive responses from the survey that was administered. This option would be similar to option A, but would decrease the overall kilometers of water line to be installed to approximately 50 kilometers. The cost of this option is estimated between $4,675,000 and some change to $8,307,000. The positives of this option would be the residents that have indicated a need for water would be serviced. Some concerns for this one would be there would be limited potential for growth. Expansion of the service area would require additional engineering and infrastructure upgrades. Smaller size piping would make it difficult to achieve a full flow system in the future and could result in a trickle feed system. Going on to another option, option C. This would be to engineer, construct, and operate a standalone bulk water station for the residents in that area to have a place that potable water is available to them. The site would include a reservoir tank, small pump house, and a direct feed line from either the town of Three Hills, Aqua 7, or it could be incorporated into the existing Mount Vernon water system. An estimate for this option would be $1.5 million to $3.225 million, with the cost difference determined again by the length of the dedicated feed line and where it's coming from. A location would need to be chosen for the convenience as well as the ease of the operation of this system. The convenience being for the residents of the area Three Hills East. Some positives, this would be a solution for the need of potable water within that area. It would be constructed and operated and operational in a quicker time frame than the construction of a water line and full system. Water would be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This could provide the base of a possible future expansion of a water line within that area. Some concerns, the residents would need to procure a way to haul water from the bulk station to their homes. The residents would be required to maintain their own storage cistern to hold household water. If not connected to a water system, water potability could also become a concern operationally. Option D, water delivery provided by the county. A new service level provided by the council that would offer the residents the option for water to be delivered to a cistern at the residence. The water would be delivered via a certified potable water truck, which would be metered as it is offloaded into the cistern. This option would include the county purchasing a truck capable of this type of service and hiring an employee to fill this position, as it could become a full-time position depending on this demand. The cost of a truck is estimated to fall between $270,000 to $300,000, as well as ongoing maintenance. This option could be open to all residents within the county, or could be limited to the service, the residents within the specified area. Logistics of this option would have to be developed and coordinated as water demands differ from one resident to another. Some positives, knowing there is a safe delivery of potable water to the residents. Some concerns, the cost of the truck purchase, maintenance, staffing, and liability insurance. Short lead time from customers, after hours, holiday demands. Residents would be required to have a cistern for storage, and a backup truck or alternative way of delivering water would need to be in place as well. Option E, water delivery provided by a contractor. A new service level that would be provided by council that would offer residents the option of water to be delivered to a cistern at the residence, as in the option previous. Just a note, in the past, we have used a contractor to wall water to a cistern for a residence due to an issue with our water line, and that was basically $350 per trip. Logistics of this service would also need to be developed and coordinated, as again, water demands are different from one resident to another, and as well, we'd have to put out a request for proposal and that sort of thing to acquire a third-party contractor. So we'd have to develop the program to make it able for someone to bid on that type of a job. Some positive of this is there would be no cost for truck purchase, maintenance, or staffing. Some concerns, similar to the other one, is there's not a large market, so hauler competition is low. The hauler would be required to be certified and registered with Alberta Health Services. There would be most likely be an upcharge in the cost of water from the contractor, and the residents would be required again to have a cistern for storage. So that's kind of a lot of the discussion topics. So I guess what we're looking for as administration is maybe just for council to maybe ask some questions and then provide some direction to us, a way forward for some Three Hills East.
Councillor Hugo.
Yes, morning, John. In option C, it says if you're not connected to a water system, water potability could become a concern. What do you mean by that? If it's a standalone bulk water station, does the water in there not become drinkable after a certain amount of time? Or exactly what do you mean by the water potability could become a concern?
So through the reef, Councillor Hugo, what I mean by that is the demands will differ, right? So let's say in early spring, fall, when everyone's spraying, that might be turned over greatly, right? But when we get into like the middle of January, February, the demand may be a lot less, even with households, right? You don't use as much water during those cold winter months. So if that water, depending on the size, we'd have to look at it, right, and stuff like that. So depending on the size of the reservoir, that water might be sitting around in that reservoir for weeks, right? And the chlorine might start dipping and, so it may not become suitable, I guess. We may have to flush away that water to refill and stuff like that, right? We may have to do that more throughout those colder months, so.
Councillor Hugo.
Yes, through the system, if the residents are supposed to have, or determined to put a cistern in, and we go with the delivery options, either D or E, do we know exactly how many residents would be? Would it be just the 50 that would, or the people that did say they want water, or would we be looking at expanding that to possibly the people that didn't say yes before would now want more water? So would we be looking at expansion of the services then?
Through the reef, Councillor Hugo, that would basically be on what kind of a service council would like to deliver, if that's open to all residents or if it's only open to a specified people. And then it would also, then we'd have to look at, I guess, we'd offer it to whoever you wanted to offer it to, and then whoever got back to us and said we'd like to, participate in the program, then we would have to make, like I said, then we'd have to start going into the logistics of that.
Well, so if we offer it to the residents, it's just not just to the residents east, it's to residents all through the Kneehill County if they have a cistern, and let's say their well goes down. Would that be the way it would work, or is it just to the ones to the east?
Through the reef, Councillor Hugo, again, that would be right up to council, right? I mean, that's the service level you want to provide. So if you want to provide it to just a certain people or the whole county, then that would be the council's discretion, right? Because that would be a new service level. So we'd definitely be able to do that, right? To just all be part of the program, however you want to specify it.
Councillor Hugo.
With option B, if we just go to the 50, would we actually, instead of just depending on the survey we sent out asking the questions, could we actually physically contact some of the other people that were out there? Because I do know some of them didn't even really pay much, they saw it, but they didn't fill it in, and they said they were interested. So that option B could actually expand on the actual size of the water line for the people who want it then, correct?
Would turn into an option A.
Through the reef.
Well, yes.
Yeah. Through the reef, Councillor Hugo, I think I kind of agree with the reef there. I think it would start turning into an option A, which I mean, like again, we start off small, and if we start off small and then people start coming afterwards, that's where we're going to run into problems with the actual water line. We're going to turn into like a Churchill system where we can't expand because we don't have the capacity. So it'd have to be something where You know what I mean? That's why option B is, you know, it's a tough option to go with, but.
Councillor Penner.
John, can you just refresh my memory? The number of residents in the Three Hills area that we sent letters to, and the number of positives that came back. Do you have that number, sorry?
Through the reef, Councillor Penner, I don't know the exact numbers, unfortunately, I don't remember, but I think we sent about 70, I want to say 72 surveys out, and we got about half back, and I think it was out of those half that we got back, it was around 70, I want to say 75% were positive out of those 30 or 40
Yeah.
results back. So I don't know the exact numbers, I apologize, but it's in that area somewhere. So.
Thank you.
Councillor Hugo.
Granted, John, that was also taking into account some of the residents that were only sent one, do have multiple residents on their tax arrears. You know, so we did look at that one and figure out that they were asking for, instead of just one where it was sent to, they did have 3 or 4 other residents that they were interested in water then, correct?
Right, through the reef, Councilor Hugo, that's right. So we did send one survey to each residence. But if they had multiple residences that they did own, then they filled them in and they made known. So that was included in the positive numbers of responses. So if a person had 3 residences and they indicated those 3 residences, then those 3 responses for positive water were included.
Councillor King.
I guess looking at option A and B really doesn't make any sense to me to consider an option B, because you know and I know that once a water line goes into an area, a number of things will happen. One is people who weren't interested all of a sudden will become interested, plus people who have locations, possible acreages that never have been serviced, we're all going to come out of the woodwork, or in the future going to want to develop those, and I'm going to want access to water. So in my mind, if we're talking water line, we should really be talking option A. I can't see us building a Churchill, as you alluded to, a system that's not going to serve the area appropriately. One of the concerns, of course, that I would have related to construction of a water line in that area is the same concern I have regarding a number of other water lines that we have, is we have a bunch of unused risers that limit the ability of people to access water over time. So in my mind, if we're going that way and we're building a water line that's going to serve that area, then we're going to serve the area. And the expectation would be we're going to figure out a way to bring water out there. We're going to figure out a way to recoup the costs of that actual installation. And the reality is we're not currently covering the cost of any system for operating and water supply, et cetera, that we're currently operating. Is that not correct? Like the systems that we have that exist within the county right now, we are subsidizing those systems to a certain level already, are we not?
Through the reef, Councillor King, I don't have all those numbers in front of me, but I would suspect that it's accurate in some form there. As a county, I think we subsidize quite a few things, but I would say you're accurate, but I don't have those numbers in front of me though.
I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form that it's unreasonable for us to subsidize, because I know we subsidize a lot of our services. So the expectation would be that if we went out there, we're not necessarily cost recovery on water. My hope is that we might be cost recovery at some point in time through area service tax or however we do it on the system over time. However, the actual operating and the provision of water, as far as I know, we're not recovering our costs now, so I wouldn't expect it would be different there.
Are there any other questions from council? Yes, Councillor Christie.
There's already in the county several water operators. Is there any indication of how many contractors are already servicing some of those residents to cisterns or not? Is or do you have any ideas?
To the Reeve Council, Christie, I don't know. I didn't, like I said, I did base kind of research, but once we delve into one option, if you want to go that way, then I'll look into that more. But that I don't know. That question I don't know the answer to.
Well, and the ones that are hauling water themselves must have cisterns now or not?
Few of them. Councillor Christie, a few people do have cisterns, but very few people out there actually have a cistern. They actually have the pump system directly from the well. Unless, of course, it's, similar to my situation where my well doesn't produce enough over time that I had to have a cistern. There is a gentleman here in our gallery who could maybe speak to that about a well system, what well system he does have in there. If you guys would allow him to speak on what he has for his well system, and if he has to, when he needs potable water, how he deals with it, if that would be open to council.
What's council's wish? Yes, go ahead, Councillor King.
I would say that any information that would help us to make this decision should be valuable, so I would be certainly open to hearing that.
Sure. You willing to share?
What do you want me to tell you?
Request that he use a microphone.
Yeah, if you could come up and just use the microphone. We are broadcasting, so. Yeah, you go ahead, Councillor Hugo.
Mr. Webb, yes, we're just interested in the system you have now. You do not, I don't believe you have a cistern, you just have a direct well pump connected to your well, is that correct?
That's correct. We have a well pit with a pressure tank in it, pumping directly from the well to the house.
So your water quantity is decent, but the quality is not.
That is correct.
And that seems to be, probably just as many people as I do, I'm not too sure. Can you elaborate on the amount of cisterns that you know that could be out in the municipality? I know in the older houses, such as on Johannes, there is a cistern in the basement because his well is similar to ours where it doesn't produce a lot of quality or quantity. So we did have to have cisterns, but on the newer residences or anybody else, do you know that they've got cisterns? Or
To my knowledge, you're the only one that actually has a cistern that you use. And honestly, I don't see why people out in our district should be treated any different than any other district within the county. We should have the luxury of going to the tap and turning the tap on and having water. We should not be forced to be putting cisterns in, having extra maintenance costs and everything there, added expenses. We should be able to turn the tap on and have water.
Councillor King.
I certainly hear what you're saying, Mr. Webb, but the reality is that for many of us who live in other parts of the county, the water that we have now is not necessarily considered quality water. And myself, for instance, I have a well, and I have a very expensive water treatment system in place in my residence to change that water from what would be by most people considered unconsumable to where it's usable. And there's costs to that system initially to purchase it, plus also costs to maintain it over time. So my guess is we're probably somewhere in a good year between $250 to $500 to maintain it, and in the year where we have to replace membranes and the other parts of the system, then we're probably looking between $2,000 and $3,000 in a year like that. And so I think that when we have some responsibility for ourselves, and then we have some corporate responsibility as a larger community for each other. And the question becomes, what part is our corporate responsibility as a community, and what part is our responsibility as individuals based on location? And I certainly sympathize with where you're coming from to say, if the county was to consider a water system for east of Three Hills, why would we consider east of Three Hills any differently than, say, Sunny Slope or Churchill or any of the other places that we have a water system. So would we engineer and build the water system for east of Three Hills? That's something that's different than anywhere else we have a water system? Possibly. And it would be dependent on the demand for the residents. And I'll be honest with you, the response that we got to the survey that we sent to the area in which you live really did not encourage me in any way, shape, or form to say the people out there really, really want this water. And I recognize that that's dependent on the residents to give their feedback, and some of them definitely see a greater need than others. And so I'm not unsympathetic to where you're sitting, but at the same time, there is a corporate responsibility and there's an individual responsibility. And the question lies, who picks up what portion of what costs, right?
You commented about the water systems. I have looked into numerous water systems. When my TDS and all the stuff is coming back at 10 to 12 times the levels for human consumption, there's no water systems out there that can treat that water. So we're kind of limited on options there. I've approached council about this in the past. I sent a water sample in one time, and I had a personal phone call from AHS asking if I had small children in the house. And they told me, do not even let them suck on the washcloth because they can get what they call blue baby syndrome. So, there's a few things like that. If I water my cats with household water, they die within 6 months. So it's not just that, maybe has a little funny smell or it got a little gas in it. It's just crap water. There is a need for it. And I would like you guys to consider bringing it out to us. The county, in any time that they try to contact or get a hold of ratepayers for feedback, the way they're doing it is not appropriate. You have numerous staff, you got numerous vehicles, they're out there driving around all the time. Why don't they go knock on the door and actually talk to the people? Have a little bit of interaction with the ratepayers rather than doing mail-out surveys that maybe aren't going to where they need to be anyhow. There needs to be a little bit better communication between the ratepayers and county.
Councillor King.
I guess everybody's situation with water is different from the next person, and I recognize that. And so I still am not going to move off my position to say that there are responsibilities individually. And even though I have gone to the length that I have to treat the water in my house, we do not drink it either. We buy bottled water for consumption as individuals within our home. However, that doesn't mean what's right for me is right for everyone else, and don't take me as saying that. What I am saying is that I was and am very disappointed in the response that we as a council, as a county got when we made the effort to ask the questions. And you can argue that maybe we didn't do it in the right way. And I would probably say, yeah, maybe there was room for improvement in the way that we did it. However, as a council, if we're going to consider options and alternatives here, and if we were to go back out to the area in which you live and do a more comprehensive survey of the people that are there, we still are going to need a very, very high percentage of those people willing to take on a water system and connect and to use that water system to be able to justify the costs of that system. And so regardless of how we go about the consultation process, the reality for us is that there has to be a big uptake. And I look at it and I go, it doesn't make sense for us to build a small system. It doesn't make sense for us to go out and just service the people who indicated that they're interested. What makes sense to me is if we were actually going to construct a water line and build a water system for out there, that we look at the potential for the entire area today and into the future, and that we would build a system that would service that. However, if we're going to do that then we need the residences and the people who live there and the people who potentially will live there in the future to commit to that water system. And that's just the hard realities. And if there's not that kind of commitment from the people who are there, it makes it very, very difficult sitting in this chair to say to the rest of the county that we're going to build a system that's a Cadillac, and there's really not enough interest out there. So that's where we're caught. And that's where it becomes very difficult. And I hear what you're saying, and I sympathize with the place that you're at. But we can't build a water system for 20 people and justify the cost of that system. We have to build a water system that's going to service the entire area. And that's where we're caught right now. Because right now, I would say the interest isn't there, based on what we've already gotten back.
I'm sure that if you went and knocked on people's doors and had a face-to-face conversation with them and explained the realities to them, that there would probably be a higher uptake east of Highway 21 than what there was west of 21 a few years ago.
And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Kiever?
The cost of a cistern to an individual resident is nothing compared to what it's costing me for the water line. If you figure out, I have to trench in from the water line to my house, I'm paying that water service levy. Your cistern is nothing. The only problem I see with a cistern system is that, yes, it's got to have a truck hauling the water to you so that you don't have to do it. My son has a cistern, it sits on top of the ground. And no problem. I thought when the guy said put a cistern in, I thought we were tearing the house down to get the thing in the basement. He said, no, just put it out on the ground. Build a shed around it, insulate it. Never gives any problem. There is no reason why that system isn't working.
The problem I have with the cistern is noon on a Friday, you call, you need water. Where do you get it? Who's bringing it to you? Because the county is shut down until the Monday or the Tuesday morning.
I don't think you'd have a system, though, that is going to be on that short a timeline. If you've got a cistern in there that's good for 3 weeks, why did you wait till Friday when it's going to be out on Sunday?
Because I didn't know the kids were out playing in the sprinkler system all day.
I get that one.
Councillor Hugo?
Back to that one, Councillor Keeper. There's been several times, and as much as I hate to admit, I don't check my cistern level every day, and every once in a while my pump will go down, and all of a sudden I turn on the tap or I flush the toilet and I'm going, no water. So I go out to the cistern shack and open the lid and, crap, it's empty. So I do understand there are problems with cisterns, unless you have level indicators everywhere. And then, and there are costs for me having a cistern because I do have a pressure pump down in the basement. When that goes on out on a Friday night, I have to run around looking for it, a pressure tank. So there are costs to everybody to have a cistern. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I'd like to see a water line, of course, out there. That would service the residents there. But I think if council can come to any kind of an idea where we'd, possibly get any kind of potable water out to our residents out there, and there are a lot of needs for it. It just, I know, I do realize a cistern is cheaper than running in a water line. But there are problems that you do run into where you just don't expect it, or in the middle of winter time, you don't realize that your insulation job isn't good enough and all of a sudden it freezes and the float is sitting on top on a layer of ice and your cistern is empty. So that's all partly my fault, and I agree with Councillor King that, yeah, it's your personal responsibility to keep an eye on this stuff, but there are times where it does happen.
You can buy bin monitors to tell you how much grain is in a bin. I'm sure there must be a monitor for a cistern that'll show on the wall in the house.
Well, we're starting to get a little into the detail here, so Deputy Reeve-McGee.
I'm going to just change the topic a little bit in saying that when I contemplate these things, I always look at Kneehill County as a whole. And I need to first say that since I first was here, I have agreed with Councillor Hugo that water in our county is needing to be seriously looked at. And I have a great number of residents in my division as well that are also looking to have water or some help with water. We had to do an upgrade in the Churchill system, and that was a great way to irritate everybody who couldn't still tack onto it because we upgraded and yet there were people who couldn't get water still then. So when I look at this problem, I'm trying to look at the problem so that we can say this is sustainable for all the communities who are going to be looking for some solutions as well. And that's the conundrum, because I think many miles of water for some people who are like, it'll be 5 miles from one farm to another to get that water to them is not cost efficient. So I think that's part of our discussion as well, is that yes, we're talking specifically of you, but whatever decision we make has to have that in the background. How does this expand for those other people who are in the same position as you are, which is unacceptable position, I get that. But that's the challenge I face, trying to come to a conclusion here, just so you're aware.
Councillor King.
And I guess, you know, sitting here listening to the conversation and of course prolonging that conversation as I usually do, I agree. I think that whatever we decide to do and however we end up concluding this discussion is if we went to a cistern system or if we went to a water line system, the system has to be built in a way that it covers as many unforeseens as it possibly can. However, Councillor Hugo is correct and Mr. Webb is correct in saying that there's always things that happen either through human error or unplanned or catastrophic weather events and all of those kind of things. Anybody who has an individual water system knows that the well pumped way down there somewhere, it could fail. Your pressure tank can go. It can be as simple as kids leaving the sprinkler on and, you know, all of a sudden that pressure tank drops to a low enough value and so then the whole system goes down. Lots of things can happen. So I guess really what we're charged between our water department and us as a council is to come to a decision to help our residents in whatever way, shape, or form that we can. And recognizing that there's a need, how do we facilitate helping those with that need in a way that's also sustainable over time? And that's the hard part. And yeah, a water line costs a lot of money. And as council, we have to be able to justify spending that money. Yes, the cistern system would be much cheaper. But if we're going to do something like that, then we have to build it in a way, we have to develop a system in a way that will provide for those unforeseens as much as we possibly can. You can only plan so far. That's the problem.
I look at the numbers and I don't know how accurate your numbers are, John, but I'm assuming they're probably right there. But if you're looking at $11 million and 40 connections, that's like $275,000 per riser. All our other systems came in at around that 62,000 per riser. So that's threefold of what we did in other areas. I don't know how it could be. And I know we sent out the survey, but there was no numbers attached to that survey. So how do you make a decision on, like, are you assuming that it would be a $10,000 hookup? Or are you assuming it's a $27,000 hookup? And that's going to change people's minds also. I think it is important to get water out to Three Hills East, but with the numbers that I'm looking at, I don't know what the tie-in rate is going to be when we come up with the number for the riser fee. Ultimately, the fastest way, and whether or not it's the correct way or not, a cistern would be implemented, could be implemented shortly. Any comments, Mr. Hogan?
Just one well, a couple in general on the discussion is the item that's before you today. One of the important things to notice that you're not locking into an option here today. Really what we're looking for as administration is if some of these options are not on the table for you, we're not going to spend time building the business case for them, building getting the preliminary engineering done, doing some of that work, right? So, as a couple of examples, maybe option A is on the table for council. In which case we would go spend some money to do some preliminary engineering and start building that business case that incorporates all those costs and what that looks like. If council has no appetite to spend $11 million potentially on that system for the density of connections that we think we're going to get, then if we hear that today, we're not going to go out and spend the money on preliminary engineering and things like that. So I think as an example, we've heard that there's not a lot of interest in option B, which is just servicing the ones that said yes. If that's an accurate perception that we have, we're not going to put staff time and engineering dollars into developing a more thorough business case for that option or looking at that one. If council looks at option A and says, yeah, we want some more investigation, that doesn't preclude you from saying, you know what, we also want some investigation on, say, option C. What's that look like? It doesn't stop you from saying, there's multiple options, but what we're really looking for is, I'll use options D and E as an example. If council wants no interest in the county delivering water or competing with a private enterprise that could do that, or organizing that private enterprise for whatever reason, then we're not going to spend time doing that research as to, what is out there, what would this look like, what would the monthly rates be, that sort of thing. Because you said you're not interested in going that direction for, in that case, it might be a philosophical reason, that there's private water haulers that do that work. So whatever you choose here today, you're not locking into that option. We might do the investigation, we might spend a bit of money on the engineering, and we might bring that back and you say, no, we're not comfortable going that route, right? It's not committing you to that option. Because a follow-up to this, we have estimates based on construction that we're seeing out there, construction that we've done. We think that those are accurate ballpark numbers. But if we're looking at, say, an option A versus an option C, we'd also have to look at, okay, we build this system, does that mean we need to bring on another operator or two? I doubt it would be two, but it might be one, right? Or can we bring that into current operations? There's an added cost, right? So there's those ongoing things in those business cases that we'll need to look at. What we're really wondering is, where does council want to spend where do you want us to spend our time and some of those dollars to build some of that more fleshed out case, so that we can start to do things like develop, what would this look like? What would the cost to a resident be if we were going with one of the options that requires a hookup? Because it might be 10 grand, it might be 20 grand. Does that change things? It might be, as we go into there, where would we even locate this thing? Would indicate, some of that stuff. So what we're really looking at today is if there's options that are off the table, if council tells us that, we're not going to spend time going down that road. We'll put those resources into options into an option or options that council wants to consider. But either way, you're not locking into this. When you're looking at any of the options that require an expenditure of dollars, the other thing to bear in mind is that there's not been a funding strategy developed for any of these options. So right now, in your 3-year, your 5-year plans, there is absolutely $0 allocated to this project. And so in the scope of everything the county's doing, whichever option that you go with, whether it's an $11 million one or a $4 million one, there's going to need to be a discussion there about where that money comes from. How we recoup it through the water area tax like we've done elsewhere, that's kind of an after the fact thing. You have to fund the thing originally, right? And so that becomes part of the discussion too. But the important note is that today you're not locking into any one of these options. You're simply helping to refine them so that staff can put the resources we have into exploring the options that you're willing to consider.
Yeah, I would agree with your assumption that option B is pretty much off the table. I don't believe we would ever go to that option. Option A, it could warrant some investigation. But as far as even option D, C is the one where we're putting in a reservoir out there. I'm concerned, as you stated, John, that we're gonna have water that's gonna be unpotable, possibly, could be. And how do you deal with that? If you're trucking water to a cistern, just as easy to pull it off one of our other bulk fills and haul it, I would assume. And then you don't have that issue with non-potable water, or possibly non-potable.
Yeah, Reeve, just on that a little bit, it depends if we made it a standalone with a direct feed line, or if we came off the existing Mount Vernon system, right, and somehow got it connected to that, then we'd have that constant flow of water where we wouldn't maybe, and then we'd have to look at the levels of the reservoir, right, stuff like that to mitigate that wastage of water, because in the middle of winter, maybe we may have to waste water, but that's, like I said, we'd have to
Yeah, I
operationally
guess
figure out our
you
way.
could set the reservoir level to make sure what's in there gets.
Operationally, we would figure out a way.
Yeah, well, I don't want to get into the operational side here. We're not into the operational side.
One more thing, if I may, before I step down here. You're concerned about the cost of all this. Well, personally, I've been advocating for this for the last 10 years. And I know that the residents have been advocating for it longer than that. I don't know why there hasn't been a slush fund been started for this. And I know that from when I started 10 years ago to now, the costs of putting this pipeline in have probably gone up substantially. And the longer we wait, the more it's gonna cost us. So if you will keep that in consideration as well, I would appreciate that. And I will now sit down.
Okay, well, thank you for your input. Appreciate your concern, and I appreciate your wanting to get water there, but again, to start a slush fund, you're right, it's gonna keep costing more and more. Councillor Hugo.
Yes, John, I know it's getting into the operation side, but option E, if you go with a water delivery provided by a contractor, would he be under contract to the county and then the people that need the water, or would they individually contract? You know, like this is getting into the nuts and bolts more, but you know, like we have a contractor, you're not necessarily gonna be able to get them all the time. It's like anybody who takes holidays and such like that. So would they be under license with the county, and then like, just as a viable option for hiring a contractor?
Yeah, through the Reeve Council, Hugo, I would envision it as a contract with the county, and then through that contract, we would have certain stipulations of when people would get filled, so it wouldn't just be like an on-demand service, but maybe something where every week you get topped up and you're always at the top of your reservoir or your cistern, and then at the end of the month, maybe then, you know, it's metered water, so then maybe I'd have to look, like I said, it's have to be filtered out and all that kind of stuff, but maybe we bill the customers for the water, and then whatever rate we do, we pay the contractor for his services. It'd have to all be flushed out, like I said, but I would imagine option E would be a contract with us, and then we would stipulate the conditions on how that would work, and not an individual just phoning up the person. It would be my thoughts on it, but like I said, we need to flush it out.
Yeah, we're not gonna get into the details of who, what, where, and when. I think it's higher level here. We do know we want to get water there. What is the most cost-effective way of doing it? And if you're looking at timing, hauling water is gonna happen way sooner than putting in a pipeline. And is it gonna be cheaper or not? I can't justify spending $275,000 for a connection to a residence. It just doesn't pencil out. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I think we've had great discussion, and it's really highlighted many points from history to today, and how to look into the future, and how, unfortunately, governance is always changing, and that also has affected some of the frustration, I'm sure. So with that, I'd like to make a motion that we request administration to look deeper into options A, D, and E, and include a resident engagement information session with that, once that information's gathered, which may look like a town hall or a public meeting, so that we can have a community discussion around these options.
I will wait for that motion to come up on screen.
I worded it way longer than I had to. I didn't mean that all as a motion, sorry. So I would like option A, D, and E to be looked into
A little deeper.
deeper. I think one motion's okay. And construct the information to include a public engagement deemed appropriate. Personal public engagement. The residents.
Keep changing your mind there, Carolyn.
I like how that reads, thank you.
Okay, so that's how you'd like to see that motion to read. Okay, all right, we have a motion on the, before us. I'll read the motion out. Deputy Reeve McGee moved the council direct administration to explore further option A, D, and E and bring back to council a future meeting and construct a personal engagement session with residents east of Three Hills. Is there any discussion to that motion? Yes, Councillor King.
Okay, I have several questions related to the motion. I have no problem with exploring options A, D, and E. However, define for me east of Three Hills. We are in a conversation with a water co-op that in my mind is east and south of Three Hills. So how big an area are we talking? And define for me personal engagement session. I heard what was being said about how we went about our survey of residents previously. And in my mind, the way I see that happening is that we would do exactly what we were suggested to do, which is we would go out and visit residents rather than asking them to come to us or to some big meeting. And we would say, if we do option A, this is what it's going to cost you. What do you estimate your water use is, and are you going to attach? If we do option E or D, how much water do you estimate? Are you going to build a cistern? Are you going to get involved in this? And I think we have to give the people who live there the chance to say yay, nay, or otherwise. And as council, then we have some idea of whether people actually are going to get involved with what we're suggesting. Because I can't see us doing option A without huge uptake and some kind of, like if we're going to put the money and the time and likely borrow money to build a system like that, then we better have huge buy-in. If we're going to do option E and figure out how to deliver water through a contractor to residents out there, we still have to know how many, how much water, and where they are, and all of those things. And that still doesn't solve our problem with a certain water co-op that's sitting out there asking for help. So there's lots of unanswered questions. So I need to know what area and what does that engagement look like?
I think the area would be the one that we've surveyed. I don't know if we've actually attached a name to that area, but that does include the Orkney Water Co-op. I don't know how you could change that motion to better specify. Go ahead.
Well, I guess I used the wording that I used because in my mind, whenever we have a personal engagement, it should be open to the public. So I understand the need for the one-on-one time, but I also would like to see a community town hall kind of concept of a conversation happening. This is a community matter. I think one of the reasons why we have some of our water systems working so well is because back in those days, 30 years ago or so, people such as the Orkney people got together, said, hey, we need a solution, and they solved it as a community. And I think that the strength of community being part of this process could be really an asset and help us best direct what is needed.
Councillor King?
Okay, that helps a little bit. So what I hear you saying is you're actually asking for two kinds of engagement. One is with the residents that particularly we surveyed earlier, and maybe on a more personal basis, and then a community-wide engagement, which includes all the residents of Kneehill County. Because really what we're asking is all the residents of Kneehill County to help fund this project. It's not going to be just the people who live east of Three Hills. So I think there's two parts to what you're saying.
Okay, so I would suggest, Carolyn, that we need two motions like you first suggested. And I'll stick with the motion that we bring back the A, D, and E back to council to a future meeting. And then we'll, yeah. And do you want me to make the second motion now?
Well,
Or
not
should we
until
do it properly? Right.
We'll wait for the first motion. So the first, yes, Councillor Penner?
Being we're going to go out and engage with our citizens with this, I actually would like to see option C still in there. And John has explained a little bit that maybe we can regulate it if we're worried about staying potable water. Just a question, if it is there, would you use it? It's just an engagement. Like B for sure is out. But, you know, if there's a bulk station somewhere with the possibility in the future when times are better or if there's more of a slush fund, it can handle the area suggested. So I would like to, if possible, make a friendly amendment to your motion, if you agree.
So you would like to see option A, C, D, and E?
Yes, that's acceptable to me.
I have a question for our CAO. Who would undertake this? And is there some sort of a guesstimate on the price side of the things?
We would need to go back and design that session and then come back to you with that price. If council's expectation is that we're going to go door to door, we do not have the staff to do that within the scope of our current business operations. So likely we would be hiring temporary staff to go do that engagement. So there would be a cost there.
Okay, thank you. Well, yes, Councillor Penner.
And further to that, I just find it so disappointing with the response that we got on that survey. Is water an issue to everybody? And we heard it wasn't in that area. It was just so disappointing. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say.
Yes, Mr. Hogan.
I guess to build on or expand my previous comment, in terms of a personal engagement session, I guess it depends what council means by that, to the level that you're looking at. If you're looking at that, you know, somebody knocking door to door and doing a one-on-one engagement or survey, we're looking at hiring temporary staff to conduct that engagement. If you're looking at a town hall style event that we would have here in Three Hills or somewhere out there, that residents would still be required to, and we would engage with current staff there, that I do not believe, we wouldn't need to hire additional temporary staff for that. That's more of a town hall, people can come and interact right there, one-on-one, but it would be targeted at whatever we define as Three Hills East.
So Carolyn, just to be difficult, I personally am not comfortable making the second motion.
Mr. Reeve, can I ask?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor King.
I'm looking for clarity here. So I have no problem with the options and the way we're doing it. However, based on the feedback I heard earlier today, it seems to me that until we hear from the residents in that area, we're chasing our tails. And I agree with Councillor Penner. It's extremely disappointing to me that we didn't get better information than we did in the survey process that we went through. And for whatever reason, we just didn't get that information. So is there a way between ourselves and administration that we can come up with a set of questions that can be taken to the people who live in that area and say, okay, folks, this is your chance to have a say in what might happen in the future in your area. And if it means we have to deliver it to them door to door, then let's do that. Let's get the information that we need to be able to make a decision here. Like right now, we're going round and round. We might as well put option B back in, really. We're not helping our administration at all in the directions that we're going. Well, yeah, maybe we did. We took one option off the table. But for me as a councillor sitting here trying to make a decision, we don't have enough information from the people who live in that area. So I think that we need to put the horse back in front of the cart, and that's to ask the questions and get the information that we wanted in that original survey, because that'll give us a chance then to at least make a decision that might satisfy some of that area, plus might allow us to further narrow down what it is we want to do. I don't know, like, am I way off base here? Tell me if I'm way off.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
To be harsh, yeah. In my perspective, you spoke about the onus being on us to some degree, but also there's an onus on the residents. So we have provided and advertised and spent money giving them that opportunity. And of course, it's frustrating that we don't have proper information. And so as a mitigation to that, I see a public meeting come and show. I'd like to suggest that, and I don't have the power to say whether you do or don't, those people who need water need to contact us. And we don't need to invest money to tell them that. That's a responsibility they can do. If communities like Orkney were able to get together and form a co-op and decide exactly the structure and the piping and they did everything, surely the group of people out there that are on the same plate about the water could do something to bring that information to us. And I believe that spending the money to knock on doors, to give them what they want, is a step too far. We can't do that county-wide, and I know that the people in the South Division A will be just furious if that's what we're doing, because now we're specializing a handful of people in our county. And I'm sorry, that amount of people compared to 5,000 is a handful. And so I just don't see it as constructive for our municipal government to do.
Okay, and I mean, I totally accept that, and I have no problem with that. That's why I asked the question, right? So if council feels that's over the top and it's too much, then fine and dandy. And I tend to agree with you in some ways, because we did ask the questions and we did ask for the information to be fed back to us. And we got some, but not sufficient. And I'm sorry, as much as the residents in that area might feel that we're not listening to them, we tried. And they chose not to give us the feedback. But I guess what I'm trying to say is there a way we can facilitate that more so? And if what I'm hearing back is no, then I'm willing to live with that. And so, but I think we have to ask the question. Right now, I don't think we have enough information to make the decision we're being asked to make.
Councillor Christie.
I guess my concern is if you go door to door with 4 options, they pretty much have to go with the price tag. To build a program with the price tags, you got to have total involvement. If you go back to Jerry's number where it was 64,000 for a riser when the riser cost was 6,000, and then there's a water service area levy tax to recoup the rest of the construction, there's a lot of really unanswered questions on the cost of this stuff to understand exactly what the decision is. And if you go door to door without the numbers, who's going to sign on? If I tell Dave that it's going to be 300,000 a yard, 30,000 a riser, and 10,000 a year for 30 years to pay for it, are you in or out? I mean, that's the numbers that we need to have to make the decision. And that's where the first system, and unfortunately was way cheaper then, but at the same time, we got lots of risers that were never hooked onto, but the water service area tax is still on that property, helping pay for the whole system. So that's one of the things with the water system for me, is the riser cost is only the buy-in. The water service area tax and the water cost is the long-term cost. Well, then is my well cheaper or is the line cheaper? So without those answers for the door-to-door consultation, what are you asking? Like without a dollar value, it just, you can't make a decision.
Councillor King?
Well, I think we asked the question, do you need water or not? And we didn't really get a good, strong response one way or another. In fact, there was rather apathetic at times. But I guess what I'm saying here is the decision I'm being asked to make today, really, we don't even have enough information to make that decision. And even if we push it back on that area to say, you know, we need a stronger indication from that area what it is that we have to do here. Who carries the water for that, right? Like, who carries the responsibility to make that happen? Do we put that on Councillor Hugo? Do we accept it as a council as a whole? How do we do that? I know there's a decision further down in the agenda today that the councillors who have hamlets are being asked to take some responsibility for and to get some feedback on. So I guess I have more questions than I have answered.
I would agree with your assumption, because right now, I mean, although we have some numbers, we don't know how many people are willing to hook up. Going to door is, yeah, okay, sure, go door to door, but the same message has to be provided to each and every person. How do you do that? You have a town hall, and you make it well known that this is important to attend. If you're looking for water, it's important to attend this meeting, and everybody gets the same message. I just can't see going door to door, because nobody's going to make a decision on the information provided there. They're going to make the decision after they stew through their minds, and we have to give the numbers. You can't do it without numbers attached. Mr. Hogan?
I was just going to echo what Councillor Christie said, is administratively, we wouldn't see that public engagement happening until after there was more concrete information to give.
Oh, yeah.
If we go back out right now, then really we're only asking is, do you want water or don't you? Which we've already asked. And to Councillor King's comments, you know, if we go back out, really all we're doing is duplicating the question that we've already asked. If the public engagement occurs after we've had an opportunity to build some of these business cases or to look at what the cost would be, because there will be other discussions there that council's going to need to have. So as an example, if you go with A, there's going to be some philosophical discussions there that either this council or the next one is going to need to have around what the recuperation rate for those risers are. Is it still going to be 10% or is it not? Is it going to be something else, right? Just because that's what it was before doesn't mean that's what it's going to be now. That's a question that council will need to ask before we actually have something tangible to put back to the residents and saying, you know, and it goes back to that question, you know, at $25,000, are you in or out? Which might be a different answer than at 10,000, are you in or out? Oh, yeah. Right? So we need to, you know, our recommendation would be we need to determine those before we go back out into, and then, you know, and we'd recommend more of a town hall style engagement session to present what that looks like. In this area here, in the one that we're talking about, you're also going to have some difference in terms of the, you know, even the nature of the water area tax may look different. In other areas of the county, there was a lot more assessment. Most of that was related to non-industrial assessment that was contributing to that. You have a much lower area out in that. So that even that water area tax may look quite different out there, and that's still an assessment we need to do, because the residents in that area are going to carry a far larger burden of that tax than the residents in other areas did, just by virtue of the assessment within the area. So all of those things need to be, we'd recommend that all of those things need to be figured out and out there before we get too far Because right now, administratively, I'd agree, the only question we have is, do you have water, do you want water or do you not? And we've asked that.
Well, currently we have a water tax on the linear, well, okay, the industrial side, countywide. So the only thing we'd be gaining on that water system would be the mill rate on residential and farmland, which don't know where that is either, but it's not gonna be big. But I think you're right. I mean, we have to have some numbers, and we have to have some idea if there's enough interest to even go ahead with this. And a town hall, I think, is probably, until we get some answers from us, from our staff, I don't think having a town hall meeting or any sort of engagement is going to be very fruitful. Councillor King?
So we recognize this is going to cost us some money. To develop costs and get some numbers, it's going to cost us some money. We're going to have to pay to get the information back. So we know that's a given. And it seems like we are pretty much agreed. I haven't heard anyone really off base of saying the only thing we're eliminating is option B. So if that's where we're sitting, I know we could probably make this first decision. And then that would allow administration to go to work on developing some kind of numbers that would then enable us to have some kind of a public engagement. So I would say let's deal with this first one, and then let's figure out where we want to go on the engagement side.
Okay, so I would agree with you. We have a motion before us. It was amended to incorporate options A, C, D, and E into the pricing. Is there any further discussion to that motion? Seeing not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Does that give you enough direction, Mr. Hogan?
It does.
Okay, so scratch B, ultimately. Okay, well, thanks, Mr. McKiernan. I think your work's cut out for you now.
Before we leave that?
Yep.
I don't want to walk away from the public engagement side of things. I don't want to lose that in the conversation. And I recognize we just gave administration a fair bit of work. However, my encouragement would be that as council, we also recognize that we need to do that engagement. And we need to do that and help administration understand that we need to do that. And I think they do. We need to do that relatively quick. We've heard this is drug on and drug on and drug on and drug on. So I would be willing to make the motion that council direct administration that once we have the financial background, we then engage, do a public engagement with the residents affected.
Is that how you'd like to see that motion written?
Now, is it council that's going to do the public engagement, or is that the county?
It's your motion. I would say, oh, go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Rivers is going to address Councillor King's question. That should be the county, if that's the discussion that council was looking at.
Yeah.
That motion will, I think that's an appropriate motion for council to make. The engagement won't get lost, because the other thing that may happen is once we come back with the business cases, if we come back with business cases for those 4 options, you might not take all 4 of them to engagement. You might look at a couple of those and say, you know what, Now that we see the business case, that option's off the table. At which point, if you're not willing to go with that option, there's not really a lot of point to consulting with the public about it. So it does create a better, I think, process in terms of if you want to take all of them forward, you can do that. But if there's ones that you're not going to go out to the residents and say, hey, we might build you this, or give the impression that you will when really you have no intention, right? So it will give you that, that procedural element where if there's an option that's saying, you know what, we're done considering this one, then we're not going to go consult about it.
And I guess, I guess my desire is that we just don't lose that need for that consultation to take place. And we also don't lose the sort of some of the sense of urgency that might be involved there. So that's my motion, and I'll leave it stand as it is.
I really welcome that motion and appreciate it, and would have been glad to make a similar motion, so thank you, Ken. Councillor
Okay,
King.
so we have a motion before us. Move that council direct administration that once the county has the financial background regarding the Three Hills East water delivery options, that the county then complete a public engagement with the residents. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Okay, thank you very much. Let us have a recess, I do believe. Yes. Okay. We are in recess. 1, ABS Structure,
Awesome.
ASB Structure. Welcome, Ms. Sherwick, and anytime you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Reeve Council. So the item I have for you today is Policy 1-1 ASB Structure. So the background on this is being brought forward due to deletion have been changes to policies that are referenced or that were referenced in Policy 1-1. And during the June 28th regular ASB meeting, the board recommended that council approve the attached policy. And discussion around this is that referenced information has been updated to reflect changes to other policies there. So council options on this are 1, that council approves as recommended by the ASB, or 2, that council approves as recommended by the ASB with amendments. And the recommended motion is that council approves Policy 1-1 ASB Structure as recommended by the Agricultural Service Board.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions to Ms. Sherwick? Yes, Councillor Christie.
Because it gets rid of redundant policies, I'll make the motion that the Policy 1-1 ASB Structure as recommended by the Agricultural Service Board.
Okay, we have a motion before us as printed in our package. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Boy, that was easy, Shelby.
Thank you.
Okay, our next agenda item is 5.4.1, Proposed Traffic Control Bylaw. Are you presenting? Oh, no, here we go, just in time. Welcome, Natalie. Anytime you're ready.
It's on now. Thank you so much. I'm presenting a proposed traffic control bylaw. The traffic bylaw has been needed to be updated for quite some time, as the latest version was from 2011, a couple of years ago. This bylaw regulates traffic for public safety on our county roads. We took the opportunity to rescind some bylaws that are no longer required and will now be covered under the new version of this traffic control bylaw. The current traffic control bylaw and amending bylaws are 1540. Do you want me to read them all? We're good? They're listed? So several of them, including the speed control bylaws, which there was numerous ones, so they'll all be under this one bylaw now, and our bridge limit weights will all be included in this one bylaw. The definitions have been changed just for clarity, and some definitions that were missing have been added. The authority, it just defines the administrating and for enforcement. The road protection will detail damages, obstructions, load securement. Do you want me to go through every single point? The weight restrictions and road bans are required so that the CAO can designate and impose weight restrictions. And we're recommending we change some of the rates of speeds currently listed. So in our hamlets, the rate of speed is 50 kilometers an hour. The recommendation is that we reduce that down to 40. As that affects our residents, we thought maybe you guys could go forward to your constituents and see if that was something that they were interested in. I know that it's a very hot topic right now in Alberta. A lot of municipalities are reducing this just for safety's sake. We're finding 50 is a little fast and 40 is more acceptable.
Councillor Christie.
Interrupt for a minute. In Wimborne, 806 would be 40 or 50 coming through the hamlet?
The 805 runs through there.
That's a very good question, and I will review it to see. I think we'll have to review that. I don't think we can do that, but so where we can amend it, it will be reduced to 40. But I will look into the 805 question.
We currently don't have signs posted within the hamlets, do we?
We would like to update that as well, yeah.
Oh, okay, to put 40-kilometer-an-hour signs up. Okay. Councillor King?
So in your RFD, you say there have been some requests to lower. So can you define some requests?
So it's not just the public who's been requesting, but also other agencies for law enforcement have been requesting that things be reduced down to 40, particularly when it comes to areas where there's playground zones and school zones that, or playground areas. A lot of people are reducing them down to 30, but when we find we reduce it down to 30, 40 is the suggested. So there's a clear differentiation between a school zone and a playground zone. So 40 is the recommended. We've consulted with other agencies.
Go ahead.
So currently in a playground zone, the speed limit's 30?
Correct. Yep.
And so we're actually suggesting that's going to be increased?
No, not at all. Sorry, I'm just saying that when we reviewed the consultation, a lot of people were requesting that in the community itself, that it be reduced down to 30. But in consultation with other law enforcement agencies, if we reduce it down to 30, your mind doesn't assess the danger of the fact that there's children present unless there's that differentiation between the speeds. So the public was requesting we reduce it down to 30. In consultation with other law enforcement agencies and the Office of Traffic Safety, they've stated that 40 is safer.
Go ahead, Councillor King.
Sorry
Okay.
if I didn't make that clear.
No, that's fine. So then my next question relates to allow council time to consult with hamlet residents. So if I consulted with my hamlet residents and they said, no, leave it at 50, does that mean we're leaving it at 50? Or are we going to go to 40 and we're just informing them out of courtesy? So that's the question I have. So if we do this, Wade talks to Wimborne and Glenn talks to Torrington, I talk to Huxley, and Debbie runs out and chats with Swalwell, and the overwhelming response is it's 50 kilometers. Are we staying there or are we going to 40?
That's a council decision for sure. Yeah, we can leave it at 50 if that's a council decision.
Mr. Hogan?
Through you, Mr. Eve, and I think Officer Chubala has that correct, is what one of the reasons. Yeah, one of the only reasons that we're recommending that we only give first reading is so that consultation can occur. If the general public is saying, while we have had requests to lower it, if the majority of the public or what you hear back is saying, no, keep it at 50, absolutely your choice to keep it there.
Councillor King?
Well, I guess you got me, I guess you have me caught between a rock and a hard place then, because if it's being suggested that we should reduce for safety reasons, public safety reasons, and then we're going to allow the decision to be based on resident feedback, I guess you have me caught.
And then we also included updates to parking and recreational vehicle parking and trailer parking in our hamlets. The authority for posting stop and yield signs still listed in there. The ability for snow removal requirements and the ability to charge for removal where necessary is listed in here. Our agreements and permits are listed, and we've updated some of the off-highway vehicles conditions in our hamlets. And then we have the listed penalties where the fines are held, and the authorities for our enforcement of the bylaw are listed. And then in section 13 and 14, servability and the ability to rescind the bylaws is listed. This bylaw is considered an enforcement tool, and the ability to properly distribute fines and penalties where contraventions exist. The fines revenue will be coded accordingly in our general ledger as it is currently. No other costs will be associated with this bylaw due to the fact that we have 3 CPOs that are able to include this in their enforcement as part of our regular duties. So as mentioned, we're looking for public consultation on the speed limits still, as recommended, so that you can have your questions answered.
Thanks, Natalie. Are there any other questions? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Penner.
I don't necessarily have a question, Natalie, I just, a discussion here. I myself, I don't think, I'll just be speaking to the Hamlet residents. I'll be speaking to some of the ratepayers, because the ratepayers go into the Hamlet to get bulk water. So I just want to I'm going to get a little bit of feedback from some of those residents too.
Well, the recommendation is to go through first reading of the bylaw. Are there any other questions for the presenter? And what are council's wishes? Councillor Penner.
I make the motion that council approve first reading of bylaw 1800, traffic control as presented.
All righty, we have a motion to proceed with first reading for bylaw 1800. Is there any discussion to that motion? Councillor King.
I guess that my question would be is how soon would we anticipate, if we just do first reading today, would we anticipate needing to have the feedback and second and third reading?
According to the RFD, it would come back in our August meeting. Mr. Hogan.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Reeve, that would be our plan. If you came back and said you needed more time than that, then we would push it off. There's no, this is a regular bylaw update. There's nothing critical that's driving this, but it was time for an update. As council can see, we've cleaned up, I don't know if there's 25 or 26 other bylaws that we'll be taking off the books as part of the cleanup and stuff here. But if council needs more time than say having this back at August provides, that's not an issue from administrative side.
Thank you for that. I missed that at the bottom of the RFD, so thank you.
All righty, well, we do have a motion before us for first reading. Is there any more discussion? Councillor Christie.
Because I'm a farmer, on the overload tickets, there's no weight specified, just that if you're overloaded, you get a specific ticket, or if I get caught on the scales, it's by weight.
There is, it does list that the CAO sets the weights, so that's where it's referenced.
Is there any other discussion? Okay, seeing as none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously, and we will. Thanks, Natalie. Okay, our next agenda item is 8.1, Purchasing Process Overview. Welcome, Mr. Isaac. And anytime you're ready, Shane.
Morning, or even council. So, I'm just gonna see, do you have my PowerPoint, or they got it, right? I don't want to just read everything I put on here, so, because that gets boring. So I was asked to give a bit of an overview of some of the procurement laws and regulations that we are bound to follow. And here you go. So there are rules and regulations already set out for us as a county. We must meet or exceed them. They're designed to allow free access to possible work regardless of the location, whether it's in our county, whether it's in another county. And the rules we fall under are the same as the other municipalities, schools, social services, and health. Some of these procurement laws that we are governed by are trade agreements, different acts, government guidelines and practices, and then legislation and common law. These laws and trade agreements ensure that businesses are treated fairly across provincial borders, and that will depend on which trade agreement is in effect. And these acts, laws affect all Alberta municipalities, private sector, private citizens, and every ministry in the government of Alberta. So it's not just us, it's everybody. So the very exciting world of trade agreements. We have the New West Partnership Trade Agreement, which is between Alberta, British Columbia, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. There is a Canadian Free Trade Agreement, that's all provinces and territories. And then the Canadian-European Union Comprehensive and Economic Trade Agreement. And then in with that is also, depending what country you live in, we call it CUSMA, so the Canadian-US-Mexico Agreement. It used to be NAFTA. Our world doesn't really fall under NAFTA. If any of that is applicable, it winds up going either through the Canadian Free Trade or the Canadian-European Union. There is a few levels that go far beyond us, so the World Trade Organization is one of them. Next slide. So, it's not guys like me that come up with the trade agreement responsibilities, it is somebody much higher. The Alberta Executive Council sets up and enforces these trade agreements, and then Service Alberta is actually who administrates, interprets, and informs the municipalities and others in the MASH sector. Everything from trade disagreements, that all goes through Service Alberta, that's not at our level. And if you have any questions as I'm going along, please interrupt me.
So where does the red tape reduction come in here?
You and I would both like to know. They have simplified some of our website stuff, but that's not so much red tape reduction. That's just, we used to have to use Internet Explorer 7. They've actually just brought it up so it works with modern computers is all they've actually done on that one. So that's an aside. So all Alberta public entities must openly compete procurement opportunities at or above the Northwest Partnership Trade Agreement. So you can see on your information there that that is the lowest amount. And if we were doing a bigger job where somebody from Europe or the States would be bidding, then it might fall under that bigger CETA amount. But by rules, we need to do anything over the 75 or the 200,000 for construction. Okay. So Kneehill County itself has set out by policy our own internal thresholds. And you can see those there. That just kind of gives you an idea of how we work it. Anything under $2,500, which in today's world doesn't take long to get to, we need to get quotes, so we're not just spending our money blindly. Between $2,500 and $1,000 to $5,000, we need to get 2 quotes, and then up to 3. And anything past that $25,000 mark, we are not legally required to follow the RFP, processes, but we do, and that's for transparency and for opportunities for everyone to be able to bid. And then by law, we are required equipment and services, so if we buy a piece of equipment or if we hire an engineer or do something like that, it's a $75,000 limit. And then anything construction, so a building or a bridge, anything over $200,000 needs to be publicly posted. And to post these opportunities, we use a variety of options, but not limited to the aforementioned Alberta Purchasing Connection website, which is Service Alberta's opportunity for all vendors to be able to bid on opportunities. We also use our own county website, and depending on the situation, Just so that we get more vendors, I will also pass things off to the Alberta Road Builders and Heavy Construction Association. Just that gets it out to more people. Not everyone is a member on the APC, although it is free for vendors to be there. And for one we currently have going on, our Redland bins, we're getting more traction out of the Western Buy and Sell than we have out of anything else. So we'll continue to use them. And just a note, we're not legally allowed to limit our posted procurement to local only. We do have an everything equal then local preference right in our policies. But what that's there for is if everything else came out even in an evaluation, that would be the tiebreaker. We would try and go with local, but we can't pick and choose who we want. We have to go with how it was evaluated. Some of the other options that we have for purchasing items where one of the big ones is the RMA, the Rural Municipal Association trade programs. These are still publicly procured. The reason we'll use them is it will save us time. It will, one of the big ones is it increases our purchasing power. So instead of just Kneehill County going out and asking for pricing on, say, a grader or culverts, it's all of the people in the association, so then we can lower our costs. And this goes beyond just provincial. It goes nationwide. We have a national account with Michelin so that our tires aren't retail. We actually buy our tires for lower than what Cal Tire can buy them. So, and then Cal Tire installs them and they don't get left out. They still get a fair share and make their money too. So. And the big thing, the outcomes of any public procurement, the big one for us is, above all else, we want to maintain fairness and transparency in practice and not just in theory. So any of our procurements we want to meet the business needs of the county, but we also want to be fair and equal to any of the vendors, whether that's a local gravel hauler or somebody from a neighboring municipality. But again, the big one is transparency. So I was asked to kind of show you what the difference between purchasing equipment or a construction item would be. And the big difference there really only comes down to who does evaluations. So on a grader, we can ask our local, our own operators, our supervisors, but there is items out there that we would purchase that would require somebody with the iron ring and the rubber stamp that we don't have. And that leads us to the next one. County administration evaluation versus an engineering or professional evaluation. So the big differences are who are your subject matter experts. Both internal and external evaluators are bound by the same terms of the procurement. So if we do it, it's the same laws as if WSP does it. They can't decide how anything goes any different than we are. They're bound by the same laws and regulations. Procurement is generally, excuse me, a procurement will generally state the criteria upon which a decision will be made. What I mean by that is we say up front how we're going to evaluate it so there isn't any surprises. And one of the reasons we do that is so we can let people know that it's not always the lowest bidder we pick. All of us in the room here have seen the consequences of lowest bidder. It saves us in the beginning but costs us in the end. And so, some of our internal versus external guided procurement. Many of our projects do require that rubber beaver stamp and the iron ring from a professional engineer or an equivalent approval. All of us know that water flows downhill, but not many of us are trained to know how it's going to flow down that hill. So we occasionally need to involve hydrologists. There's lots of environmental approvals that need to be done, et cetera. One of the examples here would be when we bought our last round of fire trucks, we sat down with the fire chiefs and deputy chiefs and actually went over what they wanted, what they needed, and worked with them both before we set it up and after, because I don't fight fires. I'm a partsman. I don't know what they need on their truck. So, and I'm not gonna read that because it's common law and very exciting, but Canadian procurement legal clause that regulates our legal abilities to hire outside. So it's not just us making it up, it is right from the Canadian government. If we do not have the in-house staff, we are more than allowed and actually supposed to go out and find that professional help. Okay, here's one of our lovely graders in our shop. So to buy that grader, I sit on the evaluation committee, but that's mostly just to make sure that it sits within spec of what the operators, directors, supervisors, that's the guys that are making up what we need on that machine. I have driven one of those, but you don't want me grading your road. I am not a expert on those at all. I know enough to move them out of a shop. And then when it comes down to some of the bigger ones, I think this is, if I remember correctly, this is one of the washouts by Drumheller. Our guys will know that it needs the rock, they'll know that it needs some barriers, they'll know all that, but if they just go and put it and it washes out, well then suddenly we're on the hook, whereas if you involve an engineer and a hydrologist, they're supposed to have the training to know, well, what is a 100-year flood gonna look like in that area? What is it gonna do to the road? So that's why we involve them. I can tell you that the road will wash out, but I can't really tell you for sure what's going to make it not wash out. And then in summary, and I'll just read it here. Both are doctors, but you would not want your chiropractor to perform dental work. Both are professionals, but you would not want your accountant approving the engineering design of a bridge. That is the exact reason why we use subject experts. We have internal staff and publicly solicited external professional service such as engineering and auditing. So we don't just pick an engineering firm, we don't just pick an external auditor. Those are two of the examples that we've done since I've been here. It is publicly solicited, so the auditor comes up, I think, in 2 years, and our engineer, I believe, is next year or the year after, where it'll be publicly solicited again, and we'll evaluate, and if it's WSP that wins out, it is, and if it isn't, then it's somebody else. So.
Well, thanks, Shane.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions for Mr. Isaac? Yes, Councillor Christie.
Yes, related to this, on accounts payable on contracts, how fast do they get paid through the municipality? And I'm asking that question because I was made aware of a contract in another municipality where once the municipality was out of it and they realized the payment would be quicker, the bid was considerably less. So I'm just curious what the timeline is from when a bid comes in or whatever, that we get to accounts payable and it gets done.
Through the reeve, that would be a question for more of our accounts payable, but we're currently in the process, I know, of trying to streamline that and figuring out so that we don't have that month-long wait, or we don't have that month and a half that is typical of a government job. I know from experience that vendors will quite often pad their pricing on a quote if they're doing a government bid versus a private bid, but that is also, that falls on my industry, if you want to call it that, as procurement, of doing poor scopes of work. So we're actually trying to eliminate that so that there isn't, all they're doing there is trying to pad their bids so that any contingencies that come up, that they're covered. Yeah, yeah. So instead of being vague, we're trying to be very specific on what we're asking.
Councillor Penner.
Shane, you touched on the bins and the buy and sell and that, and when that does happen, doesn't matter how they sell, is it always posted back on our website what they went for? Not necessarily who they went to, but how much they went for?
Through the reeve, not so much on the equipment sales. On the bigger items on the public procurement, it will be. And we let vendors know that up front. Some vendors might not want to have what they bid out there, but we will post our bids and who the bidders were, but when it comes to the sale of equipment, no, we've done the silent auctions before, and then we don't post the winning bid, we just say it has been sold. Yeah.
And I just bring it up because it has come to my attention that people likes to know how much it went for. You know, not necessarily who got it, just what it was. And is there, and this might be back to a CAO, is there a legal issue or what? Why aren't we putting it there every time? Whether it's a $100 thing or a $100,000 sale, you know.
Anybody want to take that one?
No, I don't, to my knowledge, there's no legal requirement to do it. Depending on what we're selling and depending on where it goes back to, you know, when we sell equipment, those proceeds go directly back into the capital equipment reserve. And so they're heading back there. I guess it's just a matter of if we want to put in the time to satisfy that curiosity that people have or not. You know, our finance group is constantly looking at the prices that we're getting back for equipment and doing those assessments, whether that's, you know, if we're selling or holding on or what we're doing. And of course, they're tying those numbers into the life cycle costing of the equipment as well. So we do have those. You know, it's really a matter of if we want to put the time out there to post them or not.
Like in saying that, they were very happy that we did advertise first before we went to the bigger auction companies or wherever, you know.
Are there any other questions? Councillor King?
So just, I guess, more for clarification and for my own enlightenment, I guess. I heard you say that in certain circumstances, when we're evaluating a purchase or a tendering process or whatever, if we have internal subject experts, we generally tend to fall on that side. If we don't have that expertise inside, then we're relying on either contracted or hired experts in the subject area. And so the decisions that are being made related to a purchase or related to the awarding of a tender, we're relying on those experts and those subject area experts to help us make that decision in the end.
Yeah, through the review, yes, that's exactly what would happen. Is so our administration would still be involved in that process, but it will wind up being if it's an engineer that needs to look at proposals on a road. The engineer is going to look at the engineering of that road to assess whether it's done correctly or whether it's not. That would be an example, yeah. So we are still involved regardless. The county has the final say. It's not that an external company could tell us, okay, you're going to build this road, and we would not have any say otherwise. We could still say yay or nay. But we're using their knowledge and their professional designations, whatever else they might have that we need to make that decision.
Go ahead, Councillor King.
So again, my assumption would be is that if we had 3 or 4 proposals and the engineer or whatever other external expert came back and said 2 of the 4 meet the requirement, then we're obviously not going to swim upstream against that advice.
No. No.
And to follow up on that through Mr. Rivas, not only are we going to swim upstream of that, legally we can't. If a bid comes back and it is not compliant, legally we can't accept that or consider it. We end the same thing where if we say that a tender, let's say that we've put out a tender and we've established the deadline as 12 o'clock p.m. on Friday, the whatever. If somebody walks in the door and tries to hand in a bid at 12:01, we won't even. The process is we shouldn't even be opening that bid because it wasn't received on time. So whether it's the lowest bid or not is irrelevant. It didn't comply with the process that was established. So legally, that isn't a bid that we should even be considering. So our practice that we've adopted would be to not even open that into. But, so
Councillor
there,
King?
And just one more clarification, I heard you say it, and I just would like to hear it clarified again, is our policy isn't necessarily lowest bid. We often in the, whatever the parameters that are attached to that tender, it describes the scope of work, it describes what's expected. And we also say, just because you're the lowest bidder doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get the job for one reason or another, right? And so we are using that expertise and our own skills to say, does this tender really meet what we need or not?
you know, as Mr. Isaac highlighted, at the end of the day, whatever we make the assessment on has to be laid out in the procurement process. So if we're buying a piece of equipment, we'll spec that equipment, and anything that doesn't meet that spec doesn't get considered. Most of the time on those ones, you're probably going to go with the lowest bid, depending on what you know, more predominantly, you're often not. If you say you're going with lowest bid, you have to go with lowest bid. And on some procurements, that makes sense. On some of them, they don't. So if we're doing, say, a large construction project, and we outline in the document that, you know, at only 50% of the bid, or the weight cost is only 50% of the evaluation criteria, and we might have other criteria that's in there too, whether that's, and it could differ from project to project. So it could be things like timing, it could be, you know, how fast they can get the project done, or whatever we choose to put in. One of the common ones that you see out there is past work or history that's in there, and that might be one where if somebody submits the lowest bid, but every bit of work they've done for you, you've had to call in warranty, or you've been in, you know, a legal issue, or they haven't paid their subs or stuff like that, you don't necessarily want to go with that group or that entity, because you're going to end up paying more in the long run for a subpar product than if you just went with a bit higher price with somebody who, you know, their work history was they've always done good work, it's been on time, it's been the right product, that sort of thing. But again, when we do that, we have to outline that in the actual procurement, saying this is how we're evaluating, so that we don't have the ability to say, you know, we're just going to go lowest price. Oh God, those guys are the lowest price, we don't want them. We need to outline ahead of time that a portion of weighting is going to be based on past history or whatever other criteria we're going to use.
Are there any other questions from council for Mr. Isaac? Well, thanks, Shane. Kind of an in-depth look at what your job is. And getting back to the payment schedule, staff is very proficient at making sure that I come in and sign checks. So if there's a holdup, sometimes it may be my fault, but not very often.
So as an aside, one of the things that when I started, I was told that part of my job was vendor relations. And if we as a county were constantly offending vendors, then eventually we'll have nobody that wants to work with us. So one of the organizations I'm part of is Center for Procurement Excellence, and one of their big things is creating customers of choice, so that not only are you looking for the best vendors, you're also looking to be the best customer, so that you get the better vendors wanting to bid. And that's what we've been trying to do as a county. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going with the Cadillac of customer or a vendor every time, but you're also hopefully not getting the lowest bid, the guy that's just throwing it out there and isn't really prepared. That's what we're trying to do, so.
And basically, as a municipality, we do get preferred rates like on vehicles and that kind of stuff. There is a municipal price that we pay, which is considerably lower than an individual going out and picking up a truck.
On most of our stuff, there is government pricing. Now, some of that is set out by the company, some of that is through the RMA, some of that is actually through the Alberta government. We do have the option to piggyback on on Service Alberta's standing offers. And there's a long list of companies that are publicly solicited, so everything is above board, but where they already have an offer for it, one of them is firewood. So, and that's, I know he's a local guy, he's out of Didsbury, but he supplies firewood for Parks Alberta. and in 2 or 3 years, his contract will be up and it might be somebody else, but that's one of the ones that we can piggyback on, so.
Yep. What are council's wishes? Councillor King?
So Shane, thank you very much, and I appreciate your presentation. Obvious from your presentation, you are more than just a partsman, so, and we're glad to have you on board. Appreciate your presentation this morning. And so I'll make the motion that we accept the presentation regarding the county's purchasing and procurement process for information as presented, and with our thanks.
All righty, we have a motion before us to to accept for information. Is there any discussion to that motion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thanks for coming in, Shane. Okay, our next agenda item, 8.2, Horseshoe Canyon ballot question, and who is taking this? I will. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
So I'll take this item by way of introduction before turning it over to Councillor Hugo. So this item has been put on the agenda at the request of Councillor Hugo. The only thing that I'm going to do to speak to it is to cover the legislation that I've included in the RFD. So there are a few bits that, that touch on this. The Local Authorities Election Act does allow for a bylaw on the ballot. It does have to be sort of figured out ahead of nomination day. And the Municipal Government Act does touch on things as well. So a council may provide for the submission of a question to be voted on by the electors on any matter over which the municipality has jurisdiction. A vote of the electors under subsection 1 does not bind council. So this is, you can ask the question, you're not bound by the results, is what the MGA says. With that, those are the relevant bits of administration, or of legislation. So with that, administration will turn discussion of the item over to council and Councillor Hugo.
Yeah, good morning, council. I've been asked for several residents to bring forward a consideration on council whether to have a question on this fall's election referendum on Horseshoe Canyon. They gave me several examples of questions to ask. I just wanted to bring it to council to see if they'd be open to having a question on the ballot or not before proceeding on any kind of questions. So any feedback would be great for me, because yes or no, I'm going to respect what council wants to go with. It's just I was asked to bring this forward by certain residents.
Mr. Reeve?
Councillor King.
I guess, Councillor Hugo, it's hard for me to say whether I would consider a question or not without really knowing what the question might be. So I know that in our council meeting in May on the 25th, we had a comprehensive presentation from the focus group that looked at Horseshoe Canyon, brought forward from our April 20th Committee of the Whole. And so council has gone forward based on that feedback from that focus group and the ratepayers and others that were involved in that. And so I would be, it would be very helpful for me to know or understand kind of what kind of question we might be addressing.
Thank you, Councillor King. That was a question that I asked of the residents. They're asking for, like a moratorium on new development or financial investment without a complete financial disclosure from the time of purchase. Or any new development has to be publicized as a new commercial development through our municipal planning to allow residents to voice their opinions. These are just several questions I was asked. Some of them would like to see future plans on what, I don't know if this could be a question, future plans on what we have, like how much development do we want to do, how much do we want to invest in Horseshoe Canyon itself. These are all, what they brought to me. I don't know if they could be put into questions on a ballot. They're very interested in basically the financial and where we are going, because we have, every time they see that we have a council meeting or the committee got together, it was just spending money, but we don't see any kind of long-term business plan on Horseshoe Canyon, and that's kind of their concerns. If we want to invest in something, I think there has to be some kind of showing to the residents that we are, it's not just going to be, like you say, subsidizing another service for, you know, for Kneehill County.
Well, currently, we're doing a pilot project on parking. We'll know later on this fall, I guess, we'll get a report back on how that's working. I know we have numerous people, vehicles that go there. So it's not like we're trying to attract, well, we are trying to attract more, but that being said, there is a steady clientele there currently. We will have a better idea what that clientele is after we do our pilot project, after that's completed. But as far as development there goes, I think one of the important things that everybody's been asking for, and I think even council is aware of, that pit toilets are not the way to go there. But you gotta start small and work your way up. I've been to a number of locations throughout the country, and it's amazing how, when you start talking to some of the people, how it started out really small, and then within 10 years, all of a sudden, there was so much private development wanting to be part of it, that became where the development came in. It was no longer having to be put in by municipalities. So I think you plant the seed and it will grow. Councilor Hugo.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I think that's kind of what the residents are looking for is, okay, maybe we've planted a seed, but all as they see is year after year is 100,000 or 150,000 goes into the maintenance of it, and in any investment, they not necessarily, well, possibly a return, but where, you know, like I know we have Dekeyser's next door and he's looking at expanding, as we'll see further ahead. But I think they're looking for kind of a business plan where it's not just going to be where we just keep putting money into it. And I know it's a very hard thing to describe, you know, like we don't have a clue what anybody would like to put in the area. We don't have any idea. I think that's the problem. There's a lot of uncertainty, I think, in residents that are seeing this and not really, maybe not seeing into the future for maybe 10 years that there might be development around it. It's hard for them to see their tax dollars go into something where possibly in 10 years' time there may not be development. It just, you're investing in something where you're investing blind. I think a business plan would be what we'd like to see is possibly, because even in our master plan for Horseshoe Canyon, we really didn't dwell on what kind of businesses we'd like to see around it. You know, well, I don't think this could be a question, but I think, you know, just possibly be a little clearer with the residents exactly what we'd hope to see and what our economic development is striving for to get into that area.
Councilor Christie.
I think in any community, recreation would be hard pressed to show a profit. At the same time, to build in a community, you've got to have some kind of a recreational system. Pools, arenas, parks. When you drive through Keevers Lake or Brockeneer Dam, I'm very impressed with what we have, and I doubt it makes money. But it's also recreation in our community. Horseshoe Canyon has a tremendous traffic going through it. It has potential, for sure. And the pilot project that we're doing with parking will also give feedback from one-on-one consultation of that attendant back to the people that are coming. Coincidentally, in the last couple of weeks, there's 40 hotspots in Canada that you should visit. Horseshoe Canyon's one of them in the Reader's Digest. I've got another coffee table book where there's 3 pages on Horseshoe Canyon. I have no idea where it came from, but it covers, I mean, it is a hotspot and we need to, it somewhat got dumped on our lap by the Alberta government, but we need to keep developing and not big cash numbers, but we need to look after the people that are coming to get the word out. And I think that's where we're at.
Yeah, and I think our recreation side of the Ag Service Board is doing a fantastic job down there. I mean, it comes down to the safety of the residents. Nobody's scaling walls to get down there or fences. They're doing a great job of providing access for people who are physically, mobility-wise, could be restricted. And I think that's our job as a municipality, to make sure that people are safe, that the garbage is picked up. And I think with that parking program that we're working at now, I've heard a lot of good things about the people that are actually there, telling the visitors that there is other opportunities within this county. And if they have any questions, they're answered promptly and they're answered efficiently. So I think we're headed down the right path. Councillor King.
Speaking of pathways, I think that I hear what you're saying, Councillor Hugo, and I think that it'd probably be productive for council to have a conversation in a strategic planning session around Horseshoe Canyon and recreation as a whole, as it relates to Kneehill County. However, I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that we did have a focus group that invested a lot of time and effort into, and some of the county money, into a discussion around Horseshoe Canyon and its future. And we have the, we have the focus group recommendations, and if you look at their strategies and the recommendations, their conversation was around, does the initiative that we're considering preserve the spirit of the Horseshoe Canyon? Does the initiative sustain and protect the natural state? Does the initiative have economic or financial feasibility or viability, and is it sustainable over time? And then they made some recommendations for first, possibly in the future, and maybe later or maybe never. And I think that as a council, it would behoove us to include that information in any plan that we would ever make. And so things like signage and developing a brand and washrooms and, all of those kind of things that came out of that focus group, I think as a council, I think it's imperative that we listen to that focus group, as well as other residents within our county. However, recognizing that everyone had opportunity to be a part of that focus group. And so if there are people who have a vested interest or a perceived interest in what's happening at Horseshoe Canyon, I would have anticipated they would have been partaking in the focus group. So I think that we should have a business plan for recreation. We should have a business plan for everything that the county's doing, and I think we do. The question is how do we communicate that business plan? And maybe that's more where we need to work, is in terms of how are we communicating what our thoughts and plans are for Horseshoe Canyon. But I will also say that we spend a fair amount of recreation money every year in the communities that are part of our larger community, that we have absolutely zero say on how that money gets spent. So the money that we're investing in pathways and maintenance and that in Horseshoe Canyon, as an owner of a facility, as an owner of an asset, we are obligated to maintain those things. So the money we're currently spending to maintain and to preserve what's there makes sense to me. If we're talking huge development going forward into the future, absolutely, I think then we need to consult with our ratepayers and a broader public. But we do have a business plan. We just have to enunciate that. And I go as far as the focus group results. And our strategic plans that we have that you can go back and look at and say, this is what we at Kneehill County are all about. That's what we need to be communicating to people. But you have to know those things in order to communicate them. So as a counselor, part of my job when people bring up questions about Horseshoe Canyon is to go to things like the focus group and to go to the strategic plan and say to people, this is why we're doing what we're doing there, and make the argument for what we're doing. And that's incumbent on all of us to do that. So I hear what you're saying, but I still, if we're going to say there's a moratorium on development, we basically have a moratorium on development because we don't have money to do anything. So Even if we have dreams of better washrooms and those kind of things that are there, currently, we don't have the financial capability to do it. So we're not doing anything. And although people look at our finances and say, oh yeah, but you have this big reserve that you set aside for Horseshoe Canyon. Reserve is one thing, intent is something totally different. And right now, as a council, we've stated there is no intent to do any further development there. So what more do people want us to do, is my question.
Councillor Hugo.
Thank you, Councillor King. No, I think a lot of it was, a lot of them haven't, even looking through the past budgets, haven't been able to figure out exactly what we spend on Horseshoe Canyon per year. And that, a lot of people look at it and figure, okay, well, is it 100,000? Is it 150,000? Is, like, what are we paying for fee for service, insurance? Like when we built the stairs and they collapsed, and then the mudslide that was there done by third party. People would like to see that possibly more clear. And if you could come out and say, well, we're doing this for $100,000 a year for maintenance, this is what you're getting for it. I think you'd go a long way to us, to placate a lot of residents that actually understand. Okay, we know every kind of or not residential, but parks and stuff like that always cost. They're always going to be subsidized. But I don't think this council has been very clear on what we have spent to today on Horseshoe Canyon. Yes, we do have the 1.3 million. We don't know what's going to happen to that. That's part of what the questions are. There's frustrations out there because they can't get that from the budget when they look through the budget because it's not really itemized. So, they don't know if if we're going down there and doing maintenance and this is classified under the maintenance and it's not classified under the parks. If we could show, possibly going forward, showing the residents, this is what we're spending, we're 100,000. We're making 60,000 back on the parking, which is helping to cover. So it's only 40,000. Okay, I think that would go a long way to placate a lot of the residents. But right now, they're at the point they don't really know what we're spending on it. And I think that possibly as a council and even as a councillor, I've gone through, I can't really figure out what we spend on Horseshoe Canyon per year. So I'm just, like maybe, okay, it doesn't have to be a question. It could be just something where we could put it on the website. This is what we're spending every year. This is potential after this year. We'll know on parking. So it kind of just, it gives them an idea instead of, them looking at it and going, well, this year they spent 150, next year they're going to spend 200. A lot of residents don't know exactly which direction council is going on Horseshoe Canyon because we do put a lot of time and effort into it, and it is understandable with that. So I've just, and these are just what I was brought forward by residents. They're very unclear on what we've actually spent financially on Horseshoe Canyon up to today.
Councillor King.
And again, thank you for that clarification, Councillor Hugo. I think that we're rapidly coming up to a place where, as a council, we're going to be talking budget again. And one of the things that's, again, incumbent on us, the onus is on us as councillors to ask the questions if we need the information. And so in that process, if we need specific information related to Horseshoe Canyon or any other entity that the county is managing and running, then as councillors, we need to be asking those questions in that process so that we do get the clarity that we need. And whether it's the Torrington Arena, whether it's Horseshoe Canyon, whether it's what we're putting into recreation in the 5 municipalities that are our partners with us, whether it's roads, whether it's whatever it happens to be, if we have a concern or an interest in having more specific information, the staff that are here presenting on budget and what's being expended going forward into the next year, those are the people, the subject experts, that we need to be asking those questions of. So I would say, as a council, if we don't have the answer to that question today, and we go through the budget process this year and we still don't have that answer, then shame on us. It's because we're not asking the questions to get the information that we need to be able to talk to our residents. So if a resident comes to me and asks a question related to Horseshoe Canyon and what we're spending there, if I don't have that information, then I better get it. And the place that I get it is by sending forward a request to my administration through our CAO to say, okay, I need this information. And that's how we get what we need, and that's how we put it back to our residents. So my encouragement would be is we're coming to a budget process. As a council, let's make sure we're better informed going out of it than we are going into it. And if there are specific things that we need to be asking, let's make sure we're asking those questions. And at the end of that process, let's hope we don't go, well, I went through this whole process and I still don't have the answers. Because then it's my fault, because I didn't ask. And that's all I'm saying, is that in order to be able to share information back to our ratepayers, we have to ask the questions in the appropriate forums, which is here at council or through our administration to get the information we need. We're coming right up to an ideal opportunity, which is budget. So let's ask the questions. If you don't have the answers, let's get them.
Well, I guess going back to our RFD, it is about a referendum question on the ballot. So far, I haven't heard any question, what the question would be. I know, go ahead, Councilor Hugo.
Through the reef, no, it was not necessarily, it was what did council feel about, or would they wish to have a referendum question on the ballot? I think the discussion right now basically explained that, no, we don't really need one. It has to fall to us to ask better questions on our administration and get the information that is needed out there for our residents. So the main question of the RFD was to see whether we entertain having a referendum question on the ballot.
So what are council's wishes? Councilor King?
So I guess I have a huge amount of faith in the staff and administration that we have, and I would like to say that we receive this RFD for information, and we leave it there for now.
Okay. I'll wait for that motion to come up on screen. Okay, is that how you would like that motion to read, Councilor King? Okay. So I will read the motion as on screen. Move that council receive for information the Horseshoe Canyon ballot question discussion. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay. 8.3 letter of support. Mr. Hogan.
Okay, through you, Mr. Reeve, to council. The item that's before you is a request for a letter of support for the Dekeyser Campground. For information, this is the campground located by Horseshoe Canyon. So the owners of that campground are looking to apply for a grant through Travel Alberta for the investment program. They'd use that grant to expand their operations. In order to access that, they are requesting that the municipality supply them with a letter of support. As per council's letter of support policy, a question of this type for a private enterprise needs to be endorsed by council. So it's not the type of letter that administration can just provide and inform council that we've done. This needs your endorsement. And so the question as to whether or not you want to endorse this is before you today. Administration's recommendation is that we do.
Are there any questions for Mr. Hogan? Yes, Councilor Christie.
He's applying for 26 more RFE sites. Do you know how many sites he has now? I'm just curious.
We could find that out. I don't know that off the top of my head.
But it is nice to see a private entity expanding in that area. Councilor King.
So he has already a permit to add those extra spaces, correct? And the other things that are indicated in here, is that correct or not?
I believe so. that as going through this process, he has put in permits to the county. So this one, I would have to double check if he is looking to get this grant in order to expand that, or if this is included. But I do believe that we have approved him for additional operations.
Go ahead, Councillor
Okay,
King.
just as follow-up, so he's, in the RFD, it says he's looking to expand further and will be applying for the grant. Now, maybe it's none of our business what his intent is to do with the grant. Are we just writing a letter of support saying that we support Mr. Dekeyser and his campground, and we wish him all the best in the future, and we're glad to have him as a corporate citizen? Or are we specifically endorsing something that he's intending to do?
The nature of this letter of, there is an endorsement component to it. The nature of the letter of support would be us telling Travel and Travel Alberta through the Tourism Investment Program that we are supportive of his expansion or his operation that he's got going. So there is, you know, we're not providing money or anything like that to it, but there is a tacit endorsement of that, yes, he's got a campground out there. We would like to see it expand if he feels that's the route he wants to go.
So we're basically endorsing him as a corporate citizen within the county, that we're happy to have him here and that we are supportive of future growth in that area through his development.
Is there any other discussion? Or does anyone want to make a motion? Councillor Penner.
I'd make the motion. I think this is wonderful news. That council direct administration to provide a letter of support for Devin Dekeyser to submit with his application to Travel Alberta Investment Program grant funding, and I wish him well.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us as printed on screen and in our package. Is there any discussion to that motion? Yes, Deputy Reeve McGee.
I was able to check out how many campground sites he already has, and the way I understand his webpage is there's 48 already active, and from the conversations I've had with a few people in that area, he's full most all of the summer.
Councillor King.
Well, the only comment I would make is it's obvious that in this situation, a private individual is finding the attraction of Horseshoe Canyon to be quite beneficial. And myself personally as a councillor, I am very happy for his success and would wish him all the best. So yeah, I'd be supportive of that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion before us. Is there any more discussion to that motion? I see none, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Next agenda item, 8.4, Discovery Fair and Ratepayer Evening. Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, the RFD that's before you is administration inquiring whether council wants to move ahead with a Discovery Fair, as we've done in, well, the last one I guess was 2019. It has been included in budget. We were of course not sure of the timing given the pandemic and when that might let up as opposed to what might happen after the pandemic. So right now we do find that we have a very limited time frame, I think. COVID restrictions have eased, so that has opened up. Whether there's concerns out there about any of the variants or spikes we might see following Stampede, those are of course still out there if the legal restrictions aren't in place. We do have an election coming up, and so what as staff we wanted to do was to ascertain council's desire around this event. If you choose to go forward with this, then of course there's going to be some work on our end to put that into place. If council's looking at saying that, you know, between the citizen satisfaction survey with the upcoming election and with COVID, we're gonna, you know, we're not gonna do this year, then that's an option that's in front of you as well. We're just looking to make sure that we meet your expectation around holding this event or not. and that we don't find ourselves in a place where you're expecting it to go on, we haven't really done anything, and now we're in a rush, right? The event that we'd be looking at anyway, if we had it, would again be the town hall format. We would scale it back a little bit. In 2019, we did have caterers there providing it was a hot dog and hamburger meal. We likely wouldn't go that direction this time, just given the time frame and coming out of COVID. We're not sure what that what that hall and that catering looks like. So there would be elements of it that we scaled back, but in principle, it would be the same, or it would be roughly the same as what you've seen in the past.
Questions, comments, concerns? I'm sure Mr. Hogan would love to hear it.
I would put out there too, we are, in the past, we did do them 2 places in the county when we did approve them in 2020, but of course, due to COVID, weren't able to go forward with them. We did approve, we did look to have 2 in the county. Those ones were Carbon and Torrington. We're recommending here that given that we don't want to be too close to the election, but we do need some planning time to put it in, logistic time to put it together as well, that we would scale that back to 1 and centralize it here in Three Hills. With the intent that next year we would go back to, I would suggest we'll probably recommend that Torrington Carbon location again, as we never got to it in 2020.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I have to turn on my mic. I tried to turn on my computer. I find myself frustrated trying to make a decision because I'm a big believer in these discovery fairs and I think they're very, very important. At the same time, based on who we had attend last time and the feedback we got the last time we were able to do that, the people who are in the agricultural industry found our dates not matching their lifestyle, and that kind of was a concern for them. And I think what we're looking at here is again setting a date that won't work with the agriculture community. And with it being that close to election, I don't see the value in doing that. I think this council has done, and alongside with our administration, has done an exceptional job of increasing the access to information for our ratepayers. And I think when we are campaigning, we can reinforce some of that, those of us who might be doing that again. My first reaction is I think we need to talk about saving this till the next strategic plan's made.
I do share your concerns about the timing on this, because late August or early September, harvest may be done, or today's weather might be a sign of what's going to come for the next 2 months. So I don't know.
You won't be able to forward the fuel to get there.
So what I'm hearing is that maybe the timing on this is not prudent. And I would tend to agree. Councillor King.
So if the timing is bad here, what prevents us from suggesting that there be a discovery fair in November or something like that? Are we allowed, or maybe we shouldn't obligate the next council to do something that they might not have any desire to do? But I guess from our point of view, in terms of being able to dictate to ourselves, we'd have to do it before the September. But I'm just, I don't know, can we put that out there as part of the discussion?
Go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, there's, you would be committing the future council to that. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. If you're going to look at holding one around that time frame, I think our recommendation would be to just hold off on this year then. When we present the budget to you, part of the communications budget is going to include discovery fairs for 2022. And we have looked at the timing of that and wondered if something earlier in the year, if you were looking at that February, early March range might be a better time to hold these. because then you're not conflicting with, say seeding or harvest or that sort of thing. If that's a discussion item, it might be pretty quick to do one in November and then turn it around for 3 months after that. So you will have ability to discuss this in the budget process as well.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. What are council's wishes? Yes, Councilor Christie.
Yeah, I appreciate that we're short of time between now and October. Harvest is in between. I really want to have a ratepayers consultation or event, but timing just doesn't make it work very well. And I don't want to set a date in November for a new council. And I think it's something that needs to go to budget and then go from there with, along with new strategic planning that would maybe change the road of where we're going.
Anyone interested in making a motion?
I'd like to move that we receive this as information.
All righty. Okay, we have a motion before us. I'll read it out. Move that council receive for information the Discovery Fair Ratepayer Evening Discussions. Is there any discussion to that motion?
Carolyn is awesome at hearing what I mean to say.
Any other discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing as not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. All righty, agenda item 8.5. Big Country Primary Care Network invite. Mr. Hogan again.
This item here, council's received an invitation to participate in an engagement session regarding the primary care network. That's taking place today at 2 o'clock. As per council policy, if one of you is going to attend this, there is some approval needed by council. So we put this on the agenda today. We did contact some members of council around this in advance to see if there was somebody that would go forward. To that end, the individuals we contacted were the Reeve, the Deputy Reeve, and Councillor King, given his involvement on the Dr. R&R committee. So we felt those were logical choices, but of course council's not bound to those choices. We just wanted to make sure that it wouldn't be completely sprung on council if you decided to send somebody in an hour and a half. I guess 2.5 hours, but the so what administration is asking council here is if you want to send somebody, and if you do, then they would be under your practices. They would need approval from council to attend.
What are council's wishes? See, we've already got a volunteer. Councillor Christie.
I'd make that motion as presented.
All righty. I'll read the motion that council approve the attendance for Deputy Reeve McGee to attend the Big Country Primary Care Network engagement session today at 2 p.m. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Congratulations. You've got something to do after the meeting. Okay, our next agenda item, 8.6, Bylaw 1843. And who is presenting? Oh, welcome, Miss Vanderkool.
I've got a helper today, so.
Okay, anytime you're ready.
Hello, Council. I bring to you today Bylaw 1843, the Records Retention and Disposition Bylaw. The last time this bylaw was reviewed was over 9 years ago. This bylaw proposes amendments to the manner in which official records of the municipality are stored, retained, and disposed of. There are two main changes proposed through the adoption of this bylaw, the authorization to allow for records to be saved electronically to the county's electronic management system, Laserfiche. This is a process we have currently been practicing, but holding on to original documents as well. This will now allow for administration to dispose of the hard copies of records upon confirming successful storage electronically, as long as the records can be printed off in substantially the same format as the original document. Administration is currently recommending that the official county bylaws and minutes be retained in a hard copy format, although a convenience copy will also be provided electronically. This transition will allow for better storage and access capabilities, increased security of the documents, and more effective operations. The second change to this bylaw is the manner in which the records schedule is developed and amended. Currently, the retention schedule is contained within the bylaw, which requires administration to return to council to update the timelines or categories outlined within the schedule. It is administration's recommendation that council provide authorization for the schedule to be placed in an internal procedure to allow for more effective amendments to be made when needed. These proposed recommendations meets the requirements of the Municipal Government Act and the Alberta Electronics Transaction Act. Your options today are to approve all 3 readings, or just to approve the first reading and bring back amendments to a future council meeting.
Thank you, Carolyn. Are there any questions for Carolyn? Councillor Petter.
Karen, just from our knowledge here, when we laser fish, it's sent off site as well? Like, just say if the building burnt down and the records are in here, how does it?
We have a backup system, so everything that is, Will Nyman has it all set up that it is backed up and it is stored in I think in the shop for this building, and it's opposite for the shop. Is that correct, Mary Lou? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, just furthermore to what's
Yes.
happened to Starland, so.
Yes,
just-
exactly.
Just so the residents know.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Councillor King.
Well, personally, having just shredded 18 years of corporate records, I certainly understand the desire not to have a realm of paper sitting around. So I would make the motion that council give first reading to bylaw 1843, that being a bylaw for the retention and disposition of county records and documents.
Thank you very much. We have a motion before us to give first reading to bylaw 1843. Is there any discussion to that motion? Call the question. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Councillor Christie.
I guess I had my hand up first. I'll move second reading of bylaw 1843.
Okay, we have a motion to approve second reading of bylaw 1843. Discussion? See none. Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Councillor Penner? Not going to miss out.
Seeing there's no discussion and everybody is forward, I'd make the motion that council give unanimous consent to provide third reading to bylaw 1843.
All righty. We have a motion before us to provide consent for third reading, bylaw 1843. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously, so the record can state that. Councillor Keever.
I move we have third reading of bylaw 1843.
Okay, we have a motion before us to give third reading to bylaw 1843. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Oof. Okay, our next agenda item is 8.7, policy 1121, records management. You taking this one too, Carolyn?
I am. Again, as part of council's ongoing review of current policies, and in particular policies that have not been reviewed for a period of time exceeding 4 years, council policy 11-21 is presented for council's review. Over the past year, administration has undertaken steps to update and make current its records management practices. Earlier today, council reviewed the records retention and disposition bylaw, and now we bring forward the records management policy. This policy was intended to ensure responsible management of county records and record-keeping systems as valuable resources and assets. An updated records retention and disposition schedule and records management procedural manual are currently being established and will be provided to employees after the policy and bylaw have been updated. There's no financial implications by updating this policy, and council's options today are to approve the policy as presented, amend the policy, or receive for information.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Vanderkeel? Council, yes, go ahead, Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to move that we approve policy 11-21 records management as presented.
All right, we have a motion to us to approve policy 1121 as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Carolyn. Oh, you're still, oh, okay. All right, our next agenda item, 8.8, Kneehill Historical Museum invite. Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, this is again another invite and approval RFD. So the council's been we've received an invite for the Reeve to attend the ribbon cutting ceremony at the Kneehill Historical Museum for the grand opening of the village school. This is a project that the county committed some funding to, I believe, Carolyn, back in 2016 is the time frame. And so we're just looking for council's endorsement to approve the Reeve to attend that ceremony.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'm excited about this event. I have some background on it, and I really like that this is happening. So, and I think it's very significant to Kneehill. Therefore, I'd like to approve the attendance of the Reeve or designate to the ribbon cutting ceremony for the village school on Saturday, August 7th, 2021.
All right, we have a motion before us to approve the attendance of myself or a designate for the ribbon cutting. Is there any discussion to that motion? Call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. How much lead time do you need in case I can't make it? I'll try my darndest to be there. Yes, go
Reeve,
ahead.
could we ask administration to please put that event into our calendar to help us remember that? Because I think anyone who could be able to go would be a great idea.
All right, next agenda item is council and committee reports. I have a couple verbal reports that I would like to present at this, during this period. So we have the Central Alberta Economic Partnership and Federation of Canadian Municipalities Conference. I don't see these in my agenda package, so I'm not exactly sure how we're going to deal with that.
It was asked to put it on the agenda as a verbal from Deputy Reeve McGee.
Oh, all righty. Thank you, Deputy Reeve McGee.
So I had to make sure I was thinking of the right thing.
Your mic's off.
Thank you.
Now the computer's off.
Exactly. I found that this year's annual meeting at the partnership was quite a useful day, great presentations. And if you could believe, the Premier of Alberta made a point of being on location for that event, and it was a very encouraging, positive, upbeat presentation by him. And I found that really great with the emphasis of working regionally with economic development. And I would say that the Alberta government is recognizing a lot of what's being done in central Alberta area, and just thought that was worth mentioning, that we are being noticed in the big picture, and I think our residents need to know that. So that's basically all I needed to put to you, unless you have any questions.
Where was the meeting held?
I think the main office there in Red Deer is where, but we were all Skyped in, none of us. Yeah, but he went right to the main office to do that, yeah.
Are there any other questions for Deputy Reeve McGee? Seeing as not, I had the fortunate ability to attend an Alberta Cattle Feeders Association get-together at Jason Calhoun's feedlot, just south of Three Hills here. Very impressive setup. Even though I've been around feedlots seems like my entire life. It's just amazing the technology that's happened here in the last 4 or 5 years, or even the last year or two. It was just unbelievable, the new technology that they've come up with. In attendance were MLA Nathan Cooper, the speaker, MLA Nate Horner, MLA Ron Orr, Minister of Agriculture, Devin Durishan was there, and our Member of Parliament, Martin Shields, also attended. So I think what it was to do was to show politicians how the feedlot industry has worked, and they provided an excellent venue. I don't think you could have picked a better venue at Kneehill County to do this. There was a meet and greet, and we were provided with a meal. Everyone seemed to be quite amicable to being there. There was a number of feedlot operators from throughout southern Alberta there, and just having the ability. I don't know how many people, I didn't count, but I'm thinking it was probably close to 40, maybe more, that attended. It was very well run. We did tour the feedlot. I managed to jump in the vehicle that the president of the Alberta Feeders Association was driving. The Minister of Agriculture was in the back seat, and Nathan Cooper were in the back seat. So there was a time that we could communicate. So it was very enjoyable, and I would publicly like to thank Calhoun Feedlot for making this happen. Later in that week, I also went to an event where the Leader of the Opposition, MP Aaron O'Toole, was attending, just west of Three Hills here on the John Ham property. In attendance were MP Martin Shields, MP Lisa Rook, she's the ag critic for the Conservative Party, MP Damien Kirk, and MP Earl Durishan. The Premier, or the opposition leader, spoke for, probably 10, 15 minutes, mingled with the crowd for probably another 15 minutes, and then was off to his next event. That was the third one of the day already, and he had 2 more to go to. But the other MPs hung around, and I had a really good opportunity to speak with most of them. I didn't spend much time with Mr. Martin Shields because I had supper with him previously, so we already had an amount of FaceTime together. But it was great to see the enthusiasm in the crowd. I don't know how many people attended. Okay. Yeah, you were there. I didn't count, but yes, I read that also, but sorry, I should have mentioned. Councillor Christie was also there. But anyway, it was a good event, and MP Aaron O'Toole did a shout out for Kneehill County, said as he was coming to the event, they had to stop and had a photo op of a canola field with a pump jack in it. And he made it very clear that it was Kneehill County where he took that picture. So when I had the opportunity to have a little discussion with him, I thanked him for the shout out. And if there's nothing else, or,
I was just going to say at the FCM.
okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to encourage everyone to take a look at the FCM site. They have a bit of a recording of the summary of what the conference was about. Several of us did attend it here through the internet, and it was, I would say, mostly very worth our while. It amazes me actually how we sometimes think we're just these small little nobodies in our little country corner here. And in actual fact, we are acknowledged and known, and we are part of the big picture, and it's I think it's important to see that and to appreciate how much we are part of the big picture. So great workshops, and the topic of the whole week, 5-day event, was forward. So a lot of emphasis on how to build from the crisis of the last 2 years. So.
Councilor Penner.
Just furthermore to what Deputy Reeve McGee was talking about, I think it was very well done, being it was virtual. We weren't sure going into it what it was going to be like, but I think they did their best. The trade show was a little harder to go back, but you can go and check that out. And but overall, I think it was very well done, and I'm glad that I was able to sit in on quite a few of the sessions. So, and one little saying that I really got out of it was to shop local or goodbye local.
Yeah.
And so I actually used that on the sports day in Carbon on my vehicle, on the back of the vehicle. So I think it pertains to all, whether our level, the towns, the villages, it's stay local, otherwise it's goodbye local.
Good point.
Go ahead.
Furthermore, we were talking about Martin Shields, haven't we? He has been doing quite a few little short videos, and they're very well done. There's been a couple that I've seen. One was from Calhoun Cattle Company at that event. He did a little bit afterwards, saying it was in Kneehill County, and they also did a great one in Carbon with the, lest we forget, on the side of the community hall, just talking about carbon and what's going on. So he's been doing quite a few of this, which is great to see. Kneehill, even though we're way up here in the northwest corner, the people down to the south Norway part of his constituent or district.
Think there's an election coming? All righty, somebody would like to make a motion? Councilor Keever.
The council received the council and committee reports as presented.
All right, we have a motion before us to receive council and committee reports for information as presented. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. We have our council follow-up action list. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I have a question. Do we have any information on how many of the resident surveys have come back? Ratepayer surveys, sorry.
I could check to see if we have that. I don't have that information at hand.
Is the system that they use too difficult to resend letters asking people to do it? So were they able to know which name had which code? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the survey responses are anonymous. Yeah, I would have to look into the technicalities of that to see if that was possible or not.
I just worry that some of the people weren't clear that there were other ways of being able to participate, that wasn't the only way, and we might get a little bit more more people participating if they knew they could phone in their answers, or, so I'll try to talk to residents as I go along my day and encourage them some more.
Councillor Pinner?
I guess furthermore to that, I know Christine has put out some reminders on the Facebook and whatnot else, and I'm thinking she's probably doing it in the next paper, and maybe if the CIO could follow up with Christine to maybe make sure it's very clear to people that they can phone in that advertisement, please.
In response to that, through you, Mr. Reeve, I won't need to pass that message on to Christine because I know she's listening, because she just informed me that we've received over 150 surveys so far.
Wow.
So I know she has been heavily advertising that. She is following the conversation, so I'm sure that message will get out there.
Only 4,850 to go.
So I have a question related to that as well. And I don't know if I'm correct or not, but in the letter that we received and on the website, there's like, I don't remember on the letter that there was a place in there that said you could, if there was, say, 4 people in your house that wanted to respond, that you could request additional codes. I know it does say that on the website about the citizen satisfaction survey, but I'm not sure it said that in the letter. And I think that, like, I know the response in my household was not very favorable to getting the letter addressed to Kenneth King and leaving the other significant occupant in my house unmentioned. However, I think that, you know, what's on the website, and does it match with what went out? And you said Christine's listening, so did that letter that go out say that you could request additional codes? I know it did say something about you could request a paper copy, but did it say anything about additional codes? Yeah. Yeah, I just, like, I know that because it was addressed to me, that they sort of was felt that, and I don't really feel as a counselor that I should be filling it out, so I was encouraging my wife to do it. However, she said it's addressed to you, and so therefore you should be responding, so.
You got white out? You can fix that.
I know that the mailing list was created by like how we do the taxes.
Yeah.
So it goes by land titles, and whoever's first on the title gets probably got the letter. Oh.
Oh,
look at that.
hi.
Welcome,
We
Ms.
talk about
Anderson.
her, and here she comes.
Sorry, what was the question?
I know on our website, it says that you can request additional codes if more than one person in a household wanted to fill out the survey. Do you know if it said that in the letter that went out?
No, it did not.
Okay.
No. But I can make sure to put that. I do have advertisements going in the Capitol this week and next, so I'll make sure to include that wording in there as well.
Councillor Penner?
The other thing I find too, like a lot of households are only going to do one, whether there's 2, 3 people, whatever in there, they're just going to do the one. And I'm happy if I can get every household to send in one, I'm very happy. I know we're not gonna get 5,000 and whatever, but you know, if we can, we know how many resident houses in that, and if we can get one per house, I'm very happy with that.
Yeah, I think through the Reeve, we sent out just over 2,000. That's how many households there were. So it's been a pretty good response so far. Yeah.
And we want them back by?
July 30th at midnight.
Okay, wanted to get that on camera.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, very good. Are there any other concerns with the council follow-up action list? Councillor King?
First, thanks.
Thanks, Christine.
Appreciate that. And my question relates around the gravel and the disposition of gravel, and I was curious to know how we're making out in that area. in terms of success of the blitz and/or the disposition of the gravel that was at the Delia pit.
We're picking up the conversations around the contract regarding the disposition of the gravel that's still at the original source. So that's one of the items that, in light of staff changes, we've transferred the lead on that, so that's in progress. The gravel blitz itself, off the top of my head, I believe there were around 5,600 tons that were sold. I would have to confirm that number, and of course, that's going to be the ballpark number. It's going to be 56 and change. So there was some moderate success there. We do intend to rerun that in the fall and to go that route. There has been some interest from other areas for that as well. I do believe that that the town of Horseshoe has shown an interest in some of that gravel, and actually the town of Three Hills got not a bind isn't the right word, but they had some gravel that wasn't really suiting their purposes, and they found that out in the middle of a paving job, so they actually contacted us. We did give them access to our yard and allow them to take some of that gravel, and of course build them for it. But that was, again, relationship building and looking to help out one of our neighbors, so we were able to do some of that work as well. But yeah, we do intend to run a second round in the fall.
Okay, any other questions arising from the council action list? Someone like to make a motion to receive for information? Councilor Penner?
So moved.
All righty, we have a motion before us to receive the council action list, follow-up action list for information. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. All righty, what are the feelings? Do we want to go ahead with our closed session portion?
I do need 2 minutes, please.
Okay, we will recess and probably come back after lunch. Thanks, everyone. We will bring the meeting back to order. Our next agenda item is closed session. It's personnel, FOIP, section 17. So would someone like to move us in closed session? Yes, Councillor King.
That's my motion.
Okay, Councillor King moves us into closed session. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We have come back out of closed session. We have no motions coming out of closed session, so at this point in time, 1:32, I will adjourn today's meeting. Thank you, everyone.